Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to MCAST. You're kindly requested to be seated so we can give a start to the conference. On behalf of the President and the Principal of MCAST, I welcome you to this conference, a first of its kind, that aims at adding value towards the knowledge triangle through research, education, and innovation. Today, through this conference, we shall endeavor to explore proposals seeking collaboration between business, academia, and government towards supporting projects, partnership, and innovation. The wealth and value derived from this knowledge exchange aspires at promoting economic growth through business development, thus creating more employment prospects for our students. MCAST is a lead institution in vocational training and is continuously engaged in exploring opportunities leading towards strong collaboration with industry and the public sector, hence fostering an approach that is responsive to the ever-changing needs of the country's economy.
Il-proġett li aħna tajna lill-istudenti tal-MCAST billi diżinjaw kċina jinvolvi billi diżinjaw kċina kemm mill-aspett ta' prodott, ġifieri il-actual kitchen itself, u kemm ukoll l-ambjent li huwa mdawwar minn hemmhekk beda. Il-brief minn hemmhekk beda. Mbagħad ovvjament ħallejna fil-libertà tal-istudenti biex jkunu ovvjament anke innovattivi fl-idea tagħhom. Il-brief ġi kemm minn ħatatino kemm minn il-brief ġi u kemm ukoll mill-main sponsor ta' dan il-level li huwa l-Veneta Cucina. U infatti kull proġett anke dak li rebaħ u kemm anke ma rebaħx se jkunu anke kollha mogħtija l-Veneta Cucina barra Malta biex jagħmlu evaluation ta' kull proġett. Jagħmlu evaluation ta' kull proġett.
Din is-sena tajna l-opportunità l-istudenti
biex
jimplementaw il-Dual Aspects tal-Learning. L-istudenti ikkreaw id-disinji u ħadmu sabiex bidlu d-dera tal-kulturi tal-Unesco. Impressjonajt ruħi bil-ħeġġa, entużjażmu u hands-on approach li jorow matul dan il-proġett.
Kont il-koordinatur ta' proġett Ewropew Culture Program ta' proġett Ewropew fejn studenti tal-MCAST flimkien ma' studenti mill-Polonja ta' istituzzjoni simili ħadmu flimkien biex jolqu katalgu ta' wirja ta' fashion design kollha ispirata mill-pitturi klassiċi. Interessanti li l-istudenti adottaw disciplini differenti mhux biss it-teknika klassika ta' tailoring u embroidery iżda kif ukoll ukoll oqsma differenti bħalma jista' jkun metalwork jew xogħol bi plastics, bi printing u bi projection. Interessanti illi il-projezzjoni wkoll għandha livell importanti wkoll għandha livell importanti ħajkollu projezzjoni illi juri r-riċerka ta' kull student jew kull studenta għal dan il-proġett. Ir-riżultat ta' dal-proġett isarraf fil-fatt il-proġett niżlu Malta tmien studenti u l-allima tagħhom għal din il-wirja iżda l-istudenti tal-MCAS ħajjieħdu wkoll benefiċċju minn dan il-proġett għax se jitilgħu kemm il-Polonja kif ukoll Franza fejn ħajraw il-kostumi tagħhom ix-xogħol tagħhom jew fashion show li tiġi ppreżentata f'dawn iż-żewġ pajjiżi.
Bħala kumpanija reġa' kellna l-opportunità li naħdmu mal-istudenti kellna l-istudenti tal-fotografija li ħadmu l-istudenti tal-Eva Garden, kellna l-istudenti tal-medja li ħadmu fuq, kellna l-istudenti tal-medja li ħadmu kumpaniji oħra, u kellna l-istudenti tal-design li ħadmu fuq packaging Aħna bħala kumpanija nħarsu l-qudiem li naħdmu naħdmu mal-istudenti tal-MCAS għax nemnu li biex jiżviluppaw il-kapaċitajiet professjonali tagħhom iridu jaħdmu id fit mal-industrija u fil-postijiet tax-xogħol.
I now invite Mr. Stephen Kakia, Principal and CEO MCAST, to deliver his address.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to MCAST. I would like to sincerely thank you for taking the time today to share this day with us for an important conference, the first of its kind, which we are organizing, and which we would like to explore further and develop further the strong collaboration MCAS already has developed over the years with industry in its different areas. What you saw now was just one example in the area of art and design. We have different other examples in all different areas of MCAS. The area of art and design is probably the one which is most striking visually because of its nature, but we also have collaborations, these type of collaborations in different formats with industries in all our different areas. And perhaps one of the strengths of MCAS is that all our institutes, the directors and their staff have very strong links with the different industry areas related to their vocational area. So I would like to sincerely thank you for coming today. I would also like to thank all our staff members who worked to organize this event, many times over and above the call of duty. And I would like to sincerely thank them, as I would like to thank the students who are helping out today. In fact, we are being streamed live by our students from art and design, our media students. It's being streamed live on the website which the Institute of Art and Design has, MediaCast, and also on the local news website, newsbook.com.mt. So be careful what you say because you're being streamed live. I would also like to thank our photography students who are helping us out in this area, and our business and commerce students who have helped us in organizing the initial part of the event. MCAS is in fact a unique institution in the post-secondary sector in Malta because it is the only institution which offers courses from level 1 to level 6 according to the Malta qualification framework in Malta. To put it in a nutshell, level 3s according to Malta qualification framework is the level which students are expected to achieve when finishing compulsory education at 16. Level 6 would be a university degree. So you can imagine the wide spectrum and range which we have. In that MCAS is offering students who attend our level 1, 2 or 3 courses a second chance to obtain perhaps something which they may have for different reasons failed to achieve during their compulsory education. But we are also an important contributor to the further and higher education sector at levels 4 and 6, levels 4, 5 and 6. And in fact, students can enter MCAST either initially at what we call our foundation stages, levels 1 or 2, but they can also enter, after proceeding from the traditional academic routes, directly into level 4 or level 5 by obtaining A levels, O levels, etc. And to find the balance between offering these different types of courses is a challenge in itself, but it is, I think, and I strongly feel, it is a very important vocation of MCAS, and something which makes it really, really unique. At the moment, MCAS is going through a number of important changes. Probably the most visible one is the new campus, which you can see outside. That is a really visible change, and it is a challenge in itself to balance having a fully functioning institution with 6,000 students operating while building a new campus in the middle of it. But probably another very important change, which is less visible but as important, is the major curriculum changes we are undergoing in all our courses over this year and the coming 2 years, so that by the end of the process we would have reviewed and renewed all our courses from level 1s to level 5 and eventually even level 6. This is an important process, much of it funded through the European Social Fund, and in which we are working with external partners, but also we have a very important contribution from our own staff who are working hand in hand with our external partners to develop these renewed courses. In this sense, the role of industry in the different areas is really crucial for us. I mean, we really feel that the feedback from industry about what we do in our curriculum is crucial for us. Our role is then to find a balance between that feedback and our role as educators. We need to prepare students for a world of employment, but we also need to prepare students for their wider role in society. And our role is to find a balance between the feedback which industry gives us, which is really crucial and important, which keeps us up to date, which keeps us at the edge of what our economy really needs. And our input is to give the educational aspect and balance that holistic aspect of preparing our students as members of society with entering the world of work. So your role is really crucial for us, and keeping this type of constant communication is really important, and this conference is another step to build on that. I would therefore like to take this occasion to thank all our industry partners who are here, who might not be here, for the different ways we have collaborated and we are collaborating together. Thanks for the faith you have shown in us when you have come to us to offer training to your staff, for example. Thanks for offering apprenticeships to our students and work placements in the different formats. The formats we saw on the video is one way, but there are different types of help in this area. Work placements during summer, work placements over long periods of time, like, for example, our maritime students who spend a year at sea on a work placement. And this type of contribution, thanks to the industries who have helped us and sponsored workshops, for example, or equipment. This type of collaboration for us is really important, and I am really confident that this conference will help us, celebrate these collaborations, but more importantly, look forward and address and discuss ways of developing this type of collaboration much further. Thank you very much. I hope we will have a successful day. I'm sure we'll have a successful day. And I look forward to discussing and meeting with you during this day. Thank you very much. I would now like to invite Dr. Silvio De Bono, President of the MCAS Board of Governors, who really pushed for this conference. So this is really his idea, and I think it has finally bear fruit, and we're meeting here today. And I'd really like to thank him for his drive in organizing this conference. Dr. Silvio De Bono, thank you.
Thank you very much. I can assure you that Stream Live is working, because I just received a message from Poland, from Steve Vella, that he said he's watching this conference live from Poland. So it is actually working. Well done to the students from the arts and design. I was told to keep it short. Well, I cannot keep it long because I'm short myself. So I've decided, rather than giving a speech without a script, I've decided to script it a little bit so that I keep to the time limit which I have actually been given to. Honourable Minister, distinguished guests, partners and colleagues. It is indeed a great honour and a privilege in welcoming you to the first Partners Conference at MCAST, which is the Malta College for Art, Science and Technology. At face value, the aims of the conference are A, to strengthen the existing excellent relationship with industry, B, to foster collaboration in various projects and initiatives, and C, finally, and in my opinion, this is the most important and critical part of today's conference, is to actually identify the weaknesses and hopefully we can come up with solutions. When the present Board of Governors took office in the second half of last year, we immediately embarked on a long-term strategy. First of all, we recognized what had been achieved with pride and success by our predecessors, and I think we should really thank them for that. Few years back, MCAST started with a humble 1,500 students, and today we engaged 11,000 students between full-time and part-time courses. Our curriculum has over 150 different vocational programs leading to certificates, diplomas, and degrees. It is therefore a real duty to thank all those who have worked so hard to have MCAST what it is today. However, in charting the way forward, this board firmly believes that strengthening our relationship with industry is not an option, but a must. Our 3-year strategy is circled on how MCAST can be more proactive and participant to industry needs. In achieving this goal, we also have to ensure that we need to foster collaboration and promote each other's ideas and projects. As a matter of fact, we firmly believe that in making MCAST more successful, we need to strengthen its foundations by firstly ensuring that our vocational programs are more flexible. To this effect, we are currently looking in ensuring cross-curricular activities. Why? Because at a young age, students must be exposed to different activities in order to master different skills. Secondly, we are currently in progress of promoting entrepreneurship and intrapreneurship as an integral part of our curriculum. And thirdly, we are also looking into increasing the content of work-based learning activities through different schemes. Undoubtedly, these goals cannot be reached in a vacuum. We strongly believe that MCAST and industry must get closer to one another. In few words, we must now structure our relationship. The question is not what, but how. Allow me to set a few examples for your consideration today. First and foremost, MCAST, through its commercial arm, MG2I, has invited a number of social partners to be on the board of directors, namely Chamber of Commerce, MCST, Malta Enterprise, etc., as well as the University of Malta, amongst others. Their representation on the board is not a token, but a real message that we need to get closer and engage ourselves in common activities. As a country, we cannot keep on working in silos, but we need to extend our cooperation in all possible areas. Another proposal which I'm putting forward is to structure our work-based learning activities on other European models, namely a tripartite relationship between MCAST as the leading vocational college, industry, as well as unions. This will ensure that we will become more sensitive to the ever-changing needs. Another idea is by jointly exploring new initiatives. I am proud to say that over the past months, we have strengthened our relationship with MCST thanks to Dr. Jeffrey Pullicino Orlando, who I find really ready to support all our initiatives, as well as with Malta Enterprise, thanks to Dr. Mario Vella, who I find extremely challenging and inspiring. Both gentlemen were invited to address today's conference. To improve our existing relationship and turn it in a structural one, we need to be honest and sincere with each other. While celebrating our achievements, we need to objectively expose our weaknesses and jointly plan ahead for better results. In doing so, we must keep in mind that our focus is vocational education. At the heart, there are students who have their own needs, their different backgrounds, and different competences. Our success will not be measured by the number of students who have started the program, but by those who have finished their studies with success and have become exemplary employees. Today's conference has 4 themes. In the first session, entitled Education and Business Collaboration, we would like to seek how to ensure higher level of convergence between vocational training as well as industry. The second theme circles around sustaining business competitiveness through research, education, and therefore we would like to look into areas of research and innovation. The third theme is preparing for tomorrow's workforce, and here we would like to learn about real-life cases and experiences. Finally, we would be looking into how the different social partners can get together in order to discuss this theme, as we have invited trade unions. The GWU unfortunately could not make it due to other commitments, and we wish them best wishes as well. Finally, but not least, a word of thanks to all management, staff, all my colleagues, directors, lecturers who patiently listen to what we have to say and they go that extra mile every single day. But special thanks today go for Oscar, Debbie, Jane, Joe, and Lewis, amongst others, who have really worked towards making this conference a real success. Finally, but not least, thank you all for accepting our invitation. It feels great here watching you, that you have accepted our invitation to be amongst us, and I wish you all the success for today. Thank you very much. I would like to invite the Honourable Minister, Mr. Evarist Bartolo, who also gives us his wholehearted appreciation and support towards making MCAST a real success story. Thank you very much. Minister Evarist Bartolo.
Good morning. It's so good to be here and to see so many of you. I'd like to share with you some reflections about my role, very uncomfortable role of being both Minister for Education and for Employment. When I join my colleagues at the European level in the councils, they have the comfort, I would say, that they can always blame their colleagues when there is a disconnection between the world of education and the world of employment. In my case, unless I become severely schizophrenic in the next few years, I can only blame myself if there is this disconnect in Malta. Because Malta, and I think this was a wise decision also by the previous administration, linked together the Ministry of Education and Employment. We are the only country in the EU, having checked about the rest of the world, where the same ministry is responsible for both education and employment. And it makes a lot of sense. But the connection doesn't happen automatically. We really have to work hard because we do tend in our country to work on our own. I remember when some few years back, UNIDO had sent a delegation to Malta to analyze vocational education and its relation to the job market and to the economy. They said, we thought we were visiting an island and we found an archipelago of islands not talking to each other. So it's very good to have this kind of meeting here where we are talking to each other and where we, as the slogan says, collaborating together for this meeting to really bear fruit, it must not be a one-off, and there must be a permanent structure where MCAST sets up a permanent structure with the various areas of our economy, where we can have an ongoing relationship, because the world of work is changing so much that it's very easy for the world of education to fall behind. The rhythms are different. It takes more time to develop a syllabus, to train the teachers, then to deliver that syllabus. So it's very easy for the world of education to fall behind the world of work, the world of the economy. And instead of then preparing people for tomorrow, we end up preparing people for yesterday. And that is a permanent, I think that's a permanent challenge for education systems worldwide. I think we need to work hard, because I personally think that the biggest challenge that our country faces is not job creation. That is always a challenge. But a bigger challenge than that is making sure that we have people with the right skills and people with a strong work ethic. And I think at the moment we're failing on both. And I'll explain why, and the numbers show it. So we need a permanent relationship with economic operators, so that there is an ongoing employability audit of our syllabi and curricula. We must check permanently what we are teaching, how we are educating our students, to see whether what we're doing is relevant to what is happening in the world out there. On the whole, people in education tend to be very defensive and very, easily offended when employers tell them, you're not giving us people with the right skills. I think we must relax about that. We must relax about that and face the truth. It doesn't mean that what employers tell us is always 100% correct, but that's not the point. The point is, yes, we must become less defensive and ask ourselves, what are our students learning? Is it relevant for what is going on out there, and for what's going to happen in a few years' time? And this is where the concept of employability shouldn't be defined in a restrictive manner for a job specific, but there are employability skills which run across different jobs, and which are very essential for people when they start working. The ability to solve problems, the ability to work with others, the ability to take an initiative, the ability to communicate with others. And unfortunately, these are skills that our education system has not cultivated a lot. I thank organizations like Young Enterprise, for example, because at least they do help to address that shortcoming, but we need to work harder to instill these kind of values and attitudes within our formal education system as well. When we participate in international surveys on how we fare in terms of our education system compared to the other countries, and it is an exercise that we must carry out all the time, because today, when we fail to carry out necessary reforms in education, we are falling behind even in terms of global competitiveness. If we are not doing something that we should be doing and other countries are doing it, they will overtake us and they will be in a better position to attract investment to their country. And also what happens today with a country where borders have become meaningless, when capital moves and investment moves, and you don't have the right people with the right skills, what happens is that either the investment doesn't come, or you have to get those people with those skills from overseas. And that's what is happening in Malta. The last 5,300 jobs that have been created in the last 10 months, half of them have been taken by people who are, not Maltese or Godzitans. Now, in a globalized economy, it does make sense to have talent from across different countries. That's no problem. It's something that enriches our economy as well, and we're not against that. But there are jobs that can be taken locally, and they are not being taken up for two reasons. Either because the right work ethic is lacking, and it is something where we must be blunt with our young people. It's not acceptable to have people who there are jobs for them available and they don't take them up. I think you know, we have spoiled our young people, and I think we must be blunt with them. You know, it's not acceptable to have about 9,000 jobs that can be taken by the present 7,000 who are registering for work. Okay? We can't have the ridiculous situation of having over 350 applying to become petrol pump attendants when the vacancies are only 3. You know, just to give an example. And then we have to import workers from overseas for jobs that can be done locally. So I think that needs to be addressed, and to inculcate an ethic of work from primary. It's too late to expect 16, 17-year-olds all of a sudden to turn up, you know, if we haven't told them that, you know, they must become responsible and they must turn up for work and they will have to work and they have to shoulder responsibility. I think over the years we've spoken a lot about rights and we haven't spoken about responsibilities. And we need both. We need both. We also need to work with you to cultivate a spirit of entrepreneurship among our young people. Again, I think we have developed a culture of dependency, and only, you know, 2% are ready to say, you know, when I leave MCAS or when I leave university, I'm ready to take up, you know, I'm ready to start up a business on my own. I mean, that is something which we need to work on as well. Skills gaps. There are definitely skills matches and skill gaps that we need to address. You know, I talk regularly to employers who tell me, listen, if you give me these people tomorrow with these skills, I'm ready to employ them. If you don't give them to me, I have to get them from overseas. I'll give you an example. In iGaming, for example, for every 3 jobs that we create, we can only fill 3. The other 7 have to come from overseas. And that is why we should ask ourselves, are our educational institutions delivering, designing courses that make sense for today's economy? The same goes for our financial services. We also have to import accountants, for example. And in the meantime, you know, we don't tell our young people where the opportunities are. And that is something that we need to work on. Our guidance teachers need to team up with your HR managers to, you know, to learn what's going on in the real world. You can't have a big company organizing an open day on a Saturday in the morning and only one guidance teacher turns up to find out what's going on. So these are things that we really need to work on. In terms of skills gaps, we are carrying out an exercise to identify what skills gaps we have and what needs to be done by our education institutions. I'm very glad to say that CEDEFOP, which is the Agency for Vocational Education of the European Union, has just informed us that they are willing to help us wholeheartedly to carry out this skills gaps analysis, to find out the threat, which is constant in every country, even in our case, skills obsolescence, that our skills can become obsolete unless we renew them. So CEDEFOP will be carrying out this exercise with us. It will also carry out an exercise on our apprenticeship schemes to see what we are doing and how we must improve them. They're also helping us, and I'm very keen on this, to develop a vocational learning track for our secondary education. We need to start at secondary level. It won't be a narrow vocational approach, but we cannot have young people starting education at the age of 3, leaving schools at the age of 16, with very serious inadequacies when it comes to basic literacy and numeracy skills. You know, as politicians, we boast of how much we put of our GDP into education, how many schools we build and how many tablets we share out, especially at election time. We tend to go crazy about these things, but the real question that we should be asking and answering is, what are our students learning? And we cannot accept a system anymore where half of our fifth formers leave secondary education without the necessary skills to get on in life. Half of our fifth formers. That is not acceptable. Half of our 16-year-olds. And the result of this is that, unfortunately, when it comes to looking at our workforce in terms of skill levels, between the age of 25 and 29, we have the highest number, apart from Portugal, we have the highest number of young people between the age of 25 and 29 without even having a secondary level of education. That is something that we should really address and that we have to work hard at in terms of making sure that our workforce has the right skills and the right work ethic to be able to make our economy grow and prosper and our society prosper. Between the age of 15 and 24, where there is a cohort there of about 51,000 people, we have about 5,800. This is the age, between the age of 15 and 24, who are neither in employment, nor in education, nor in any kind of training. 26% of them are single unmarried parents. 9.6% are short-term unemployed, so those at least get into the job market. 9.8, which I think is unacceptable, 9.8, already at the age, this is below 24, already are unemployed and already addicted to long-term benefits. They're already addicted to Social Security. 9.8%, more than a year unemployed. Then we have, and we must do more for these, 9.6 disabled. We must do, we're not doing anything to get our young people, our disabled young people to work. We're spending a lot of money on them at primary level and at secondary level, and then after the age of 16, we are largely abandoning them, and we should get our house in order over there. And then we have about 44.6 unemployed. They're not even registering for work, and they're either in the black economy or depending on their parents. We really have to work hard, first of all, not to allow more young people to join the ranks of these needs. And then we must make sure that our young people who are on unemployment benefits, we have to get them to work. It's not acceptable that at this young age they just become addicted to social welfare benefits, as if the world owes them a living. They have to, and we will work hard to get them out to work, provide them the training that they need, because I think that is the right way forward for them and for our country. So we really look forward to what comes out of this event today, and to work closely with you to make sure that we get the right constant connection between the world of employment and the world of education. These two worlds must step into each other and work hand in hand, because that's the way we can make our young people with the right skills that we need, make our economy grow, make our society prosper, so that we will all have a better quality of life. Thank you very much.
We would like to present this memento so that you keep on remembering about MCAS. I hope it will get in your office, and I'm sure that this will remind you that there's much and that much more things to do over here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Minister Bartolo, for your presentation and the statistics, which are always quite clean to hear. Today we're going to look in the next panel. In the next panel, we're going to be looking at education and business collaboration. And I've spoken to the various speakers, and it's going to be very interesting to hear the different facets that they contribute to this forum, which we are looking so closely to make our students more successful. When I'm looking at the title of Fostering Collaboration in the Knowledge Economy, as an educator, I am always looking at the place where students live. And I think what we are creating here, this vision of having students linking education to the business world, is a very tangible, real solution. So, Mr. Borge will be addressing us about the links between education, industry, and commerce. He's going to be talking to us very succinctly about the successful links that have been created to the Chamber of Commerce. We have Mr. Stefan Druyvers, who is the CEO of Lufthansa Technik, who has over 20 years experience within this industry, and is going to be looking, and quite interestingly so, at the mindset and the behavior of an individual when taking on these roles. We have Mr. Emmanuel Attard, who is the CEO at MCAST, and he's going to be talking to us very clearly about the partnerships that exist in MCAST and what makes them successful. So, we might have a few changes. So, if you don't mind, we'll start with Mr. Anton Borge. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure and honor to be here today to share with you the experience of the Malta Chamber of Commerce, Enterprise and Industry on bridging the gap between industry and academia with a view to provide our country with the necessary skills and capabilities for keeping pace with the ongoing rise of a global knowledge economy. Allow me first to thank the Malta College of Arts, Science and Technology for their kind invite and for taking the initiative to organize the event today. At the outset, I have to state that the Chamber is not only willing, but also eager to create a strong alliance between industry and academia. Having industry and academia working in tandem provides a powerful engine for innovation and long-term economic growth. The Maltese industry is ultimately provided with a better chance of building and retaining a more resilient and competitive position. This provides a win-win situation for both parties. On the one hand, scholars are being equipped with innovative and leading-edge knowledge, and on the other hand, entrepreneurs are transforming such know-how into practical skills. As these synergies emerge and grow upon existing knowledge, skills and industry capacities, they bring about greater potential to our economic advancement. In essence, skills are an inevitable element for the creation of high-quality workforce that is conducive towards a productive, innovative, and competitive economy. But for any country to be able to benefit from the advantages that come with the establishment of skills, a clear understanding is to first be developed. In a nutshell, a skill refers to the capability of having accomplishments carried out with an element of precision and certainty, whilst having practical knowledge attained in combination with ability. This highlights the essential relationship that subsists among knowledge, skills, and practice. Thus, the ability of learning and that of developing skills are tied with strong fusion as they stand equally important. In today's rapidly changing world, significant implications that scientific and technological advancements bring about upon the educational system and training processes cannot be overlooked. It is crucial that these are aligned to the developments and fast-changing needs of business and industry. Additionally, ongoing changes in the nature of work call for a continuous modernization of curriculum in our schools, colleges, and universities. It is crucial, therefore, to ensure that academic staff is well informed and updated about these changes, and it is precisely for this reason that business and education need to be aligned and well connected to each other. Moreover, the creation of new occupations, together with technological advancements, require new skills and skills categories that must be well developed and integrated into our curriculum. As the implications of the global economy become even more evident, it is even more essential for Malta or for any other country to fundamentally, and I repeat, continuously review the effectiveness and appropriateness of its education and training systems in terms of their relevance to the needs of business. Please allow me to elaborate on the Malta Chamber's position a bit more. I stress upon the Malta Chamber's firm belief that economic success ultimately depends upon a well-educated and skilled workforce. The Maltese economy is highly dependent upon the capabilities of its human resources, and this holds even more true with our aspiration to establish ourselves as a knowledge-based economy. We must accept and embrace this development as national stakeholders and capitalize on the relative small size of our population to drive the necessary improvements to our systems and structures. We need to look for innovative, dynamic, and competitive solutions to the global demands we are continuously seeking to meet. In its quest to achieve this, the Malta Chamber encourages its members to continuously invest in human capital to ensure the high and most relevant levels of skills amongst our workers. But that is not enough. We must strive to align the skills of our future workforce with the needs and demands of the economy. If we are to continue to grow, we have to persist in increasing the profile of Malta's human resources to complement our growth. In this regard, the Malta Chamber has supported and shall continue to support initiatives by local education institutions seeking to expose students, the country's future employers and employees, to the workplace. Please allow me to speak about some of the initiatives the Malta Chamber has undertaken during the last years in collaboration with some of our educational institutions. In February of last year, the Malta Chamber Foundation signed a memorandum of understanding with the University of Malta to help identify experts from the business community for their involvement in different projects. Through this MOU, the University of Malta and the Chamber Foundation have recently launched the Malta Chamber Students Internship Scheme, which is a pilot program with the Faculty of Engineering. This internship scheme is intended to offer experience which expose engineering students to the workplace whilst preparing them for their professional lives. The Chamber is keen to launch similar programs with other faculties and MCAST. Additionally, the Malta Chamber, together with the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, has launched a diploma in green energy technologies. The aim of this diploma is to provide opportunities to students wishing to embark in a career in electronics and engineering, with particular focus on the installation of renewable energy technology. As this sector continues to experience further growth, an urgent need is arising for qualified technicians who also hold all necessary knowledge. Back in 2008, the Malta Chamber, together with the Malta College of Arts, Science and Technology, launched a diploma in manufacturing excellence to support foreseeable trends in the local manufacturing industry. Developing initiatives relating to the provision of industry-demanded programs and courses stands as the foremost objective of this agreement. This particular diploma is now approaching its 6th year of existence and has been a resounding success. This program has assisted people who were already employed in this sector to gather new skills leading to furthering lifelong learning. Lifelong learning has recently assumed particular importance in the policies and practices of government and institutions. This importance stems from the indisputable fact that it is employability which should be emphasized rather than employee protection. Flexibility and security are not opposite poles. In today's world, no employer can ensure job security, but employers can help employees in making them more employable through transferable skills. Investment in lifelong learning helps increase workers' flexibility, which in turn makes them more employable. In this regard, the Malta Chamber appreciates the importance of lifelong learning, so much so that it has endeavored to create training and qualifications from the ground up. It is also important to emphasize the importance of sector-driven, bottom-up education and collaboration between industry and educational institutions. It is undoubtedly very important to understand what workforce industry is seeking at any point. In order to achieve this, the Malta Chamber, in collaboration with the Faculty of Economics, Management and Accountancy, FEMA, is conducting a skills gap analysis in relation to the skills required by companies which want to internationalize their operations. It is indeed in our interest, as well as in the interest of the University of Malta, to take a common and firm stand on issues of strategic importance, since the sustainability of the economy and the relevance of academic preparations are very closely related. Given our strong commitment towards the identification of skills, needs, and the reduction of skill mismatches that currently prevail in industry, the Malta Chamber also contributes actively to the work of the European Centre for the Development of Vocational Training to help Maltese businesses identify and anticipate future skills needs and potential skill mismatches. Again, it is in our interest and that of all businesses to support the development of European vocational educational training policies and hence contribute to their implementation. It is within our efforts towards the development of our workforce that we contribute a representative on the governing board of the European Centre of the Development of Vocational Training. An essential element of communication between business and education is in career guidance. Services where secondary students are provided with information that helps in making early career choices of the appropriate paths within the vocational post-secondary system. The Malta Chamber feels that there exists the need for greater emphasis on the importance of greater connectivity between the education process and labour market, particularly on the need to start with career guidance at earlier ages. Unfavourable choices can only lead to the waste of human talent, human capital and resources. The provision of high-quality, unbiased information, advice and guidance is crucial in ensuring that our youngsters, tomorrow's workforce, make informed choices and decisions that are relevant and correct for them and their prospective employers. Career guidance plays a key role in aiding labour market operations and education systems' abilities to meet their objectives. A key challenge in this regard is to move from helping students decide on a job or a course to the broader development of career management skills. For our educational institutions, this implies building career education into the curriculum and linking it to the students' overall development. We need to shift our focus away from personal development and towards wider decision-making. Comprehensive career guidance aims at teaching people to plan and carry out decisions about working and learning. Career guidance makes information about the labour market as well as education opportunities more accessible by organizing it and making it available when and where people need it. More importantly, however, career guidance helps people to reflect on their ambitions, interests, qualifications, and abilities. It enables them to grasp an improved understanding of the labour market and education system, whilst allowing them to relate this to what they know about themselves. This brings me to a critical point that I would like to bring to your attention. That is, the existing disconnection between career guidance teachers and industry. Indeed, there exists the concern that teachers may not be appropriately exposed to the world of work and the different existing and emerging opportunities. Thus, there needs to be a formal structure that exposes career guidance teachers to the world of work. Teacher training in this regard can only enhance the learning experience for students. In this regard, the Malta Chamber participated in the Entrepreneurship Through Education Scheme 2012, a project funded by government providing a number of educational sessions to learning support assistants, teachers and school leaders in the area of entrepreneurship. This enabled educators to develop creative and critical thinking, as well as attitudes, skills, and competencies required for the development of an entrepreneurial mindset to ultimately assist students in becoming more active citizens in tomorrow's world. The Malta Chamber believes that much more needs to be done for the assurance of appropriate career guidance and coaching, as it is this guidance that will impact individuals throughout their working lives. It is essential to ensure that career guidance advisors are adequately aware of any particular sector and its perception issues, and provide advice that supports young people to make informed choices. For our country's economy to be able to reap the fruits that emerge from a collaboration between industry and academia, it must be made sure that career guidance teachers are fully engaged in this cooperation, ensuring that they are well equipped with all necessary information so as not to have this to prove futile. Indeed, a broad approach to career guidance requires those responsible for school systems and school managers to address important organizational issues, particularly those relating to staff training. The Malta Chamber is a firm believer in job exposure schemes, as they provide students with an opportunity to understand the strong link between what they learn throughout their years of schooling and the eventual job opportunities. At this point, I'd like to stop a little bit from my prepared speech and explain what happened only earlier this week. I attended a conference in Brussels, started Monday evening and continued on Tuesday. This was a very high-level conference. There were the three presidents of the three institutions, Barroso, Van Rompuy, and Schulz. And this was organized by Business Europe. Business Europe is a very influential organization of which the Malta Chamber is a member. And the scope of this conference was, how is Europe going to attract manufacturing back to Europe? And with a target, a specific target, that the 15% contribution of manufacturing to GDP that exists throughout Europe, which incidentally is the same level that we have in Malta, plus the 8% indirect contribution through services that manufacturing generates, goes up to 20 plus 10 by 2020. And through the contributions by the various local federations, Business Europe came up with what we are calling an industrial policy, actually called an industrial compact. And there were 7 areas that were highlighted of what needs to be done. One of them doesn't really apply to Malta because it relates to infrastructure on continental Europe, trains, better railway, and all that. But I'd like to mention just one of them. And the title of this is Making Education and Skills Fit for Industry. And I think that is very appropriate for today's conference. There are 2 levels of suggestions. One is at EU level and one is at member states level. And this has been presented, and I think as Chamber we need to publicize this document much more than, once it has been presented and published. At European level, there are a number of suggestions. One of them is that the European Youth Employment Initiatives and relevant EU funds and programs in particular to the European Social Fund, should prioritize seed funding for member states that wish to establish and reform their dual learning systems. But there are also the member state recommendations, which I think are very appropriate for us. And I'm just going to read the first sentence of 3 suggestions. It says, better align education to the needs of the labor market and organize educational systems that balance young people's personal development and preparation for working life. That's the first one. Government should create incentives for educational institutions to cooperate with the private sector, particularly today's event. And thirdly, more particularly, in line with their educational and industrial relations, member states should provide a well-functioning general school system, both primary and secondary, that limits the number of school dropouts. Why did I mention this? Because I think there are, first of all, the last one is exactly what the minister has said, that we need to look at a holistic approach to try and get academia and industry closer. We cannot start at the age of 16, 17, drumming it in. I think this has to be a holistic approach, starting from primary, secondary, and it goes on. But why did I mention this? Because there are 2 very important points I'd like to make on this. Firstly, that we should not think we are on our own when discussing this problem. It is clear that the EU 28 have the same similar problem, but that is not a consolation. So that's one point I want to make, but really it's not a consolation. We still need to work. But the second point I'd like to make is that being included in this industrial policy shows how important this subject is for the development of Europe. And I think the minister mentioned some local figures. It is very impressive to know that there are 5 million unemployed in Europe. There are 2 million vacancies, and they cannot match them. Okay, some of the reasons would be because people don't want to move from their home country to another country. But this is an issue that is really Europe-wide, and I think we need to bear this in mind. Okay, I'll get back to my prepared speech now. So the lack of information that currently exists on how graduates are occupied upon completing their studies is another concern that calls for our attention. To this end, the Malta Chamber is currently assisting government to formulate an employability index that can further support in the career choices of our future workforce. It is essential here that we use the correct data in constructing the index, in that we do not enter information about the first vacancy filled by the graduate that is not relevant to the studies which he or she has completed. This would, of course, misguide the users of the index. Both employees and employers should have an interest to gain some knowledge about the current state of employability, indicating the jobs taken up by graduates, establishing graduates' data linked to ETC's database, and providing average incomes across the industry are the principal purposes for developing such an index. If we are to see the success and growth of Malta's economy, then it is in our utmost interest to make sure that our education institutions are delivering courses that ultimately lead to employability. In all, it is important that we realize our country's particular economic dependence upon the quality of its workforce and its ability to adapt in the changing global economic environment. We hope to build a culture of education and training amongst our citizens, for they are the conduit through which new knowledge can be filtered into the industry, hence ensuring competitiveness of our businesses and the economy at a macro level. Success in the business world can only be achieved through a combination of wise entrepreneurship, dynamic leaders, and quality personnel at all levels. Our economy cannot develop and grow unless we have the necessary skills and manpower to drive it forward. To this end, the Malta Chamber stands in full support of strengthening the link across industry and academia to ultimately establish a workforce that is characterized by valuable skills, knowledge, and capabilities. In conclusion, please allow me to take this opportunity to thank the Malta College of Arts, Science and Technology and the Ministry for Education and Employment Agency for their continued collaboration and support. I hope that this conference will contribute towards mastering the challenges that lie ahead while seizing the opportunities that arise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Borg. It was very interesting hearing your aspects on preparing our students for the future, and what came to mind was the term career readiness. Now we have Mr. Vella, who will be addressing us, and he's going to be putting across the idea of attracting foreign direct investment through training and education. Thank you, Mr. Vella.
Okay, so let me fill in until the technician plugs in my 2 slides of presentation. I am not going to be speaking about any pious wishes, what we would like to do, what should be done, what is not done. I'm going to try and concentrate on a number of facts, which facts I hope will then generate some reflection on your side as regards what needs to be done. Perhaps I should first begin with some words of context. What we are doing at, I don't know what's happening there, but what we're doing at Malta Enterprise at the moment is an attempt to focus on what, strictly speaking, Malta Enterprise should be doing. For too many decades, Malta Enterprise has departed from its original statutory vocation, which is to promote investment, with particular emphasis, though not exclusively, foreign direct investment, to do just about everything, with the result that if you try and do everything, you end up doing very little or nothing. So at the moment, what we are trying to do is refocus on the promotion of investment, with particular attention to foreign direct investment, which for everybody's clarification, should it not be clear, is not financial services, but is direct investment. There is a very precise definition of that internationally, OECD and World Bank, and essentially it means any investment in what we may call industry understood in a very broad sense of goods and services and related activities, in which the investor has a long-standing commitment, almost always also at managerial level. Foreign direct investment is different from other sorts of investment, especially financial services or the lighter services, in that it is not as volatile. So it's extremely easy in some services to fire your secretary, your local lawyer, assuming that they work full-time for you, and then remove the brass plate from the door. In direct investment, that is a bit more complicated. Very often, the cost of moving elsewhere as soon as there is a little dip in the profit rate is too expensive to do. So the tendency is to wait until things get better. Obviously, there is a reasonable horizon. Otherwise, you stay put and survive. It's extremely important for any decently sustainable national economy to be well balanced. You will recall that until about 10, 15 years ago, it was still very fashionable to say industry is a thing of the past. We are a post-industrial society. We are knowledge-based. The doing of things is obsolete. Well, if you look at which economies have best withstood the 2007 and post-2007 global fibrillation, those that did best were those that did not give in to that sort of illusion. Those that survived and thrived are those that never let go of industry. You still find some tail end remnants of this idea today. But happily, one notices that even we, who normally come about 10 years late after ideological fashions in the world, are finally realizing that industry is not for burning. Another last point before we look at the facts I'd like to discuss with you is that let's beware of the rhetoric of knowledge economy. There is hardly no industry today that, in fact, is not, to some extent, knowledge-based. All too often, by knowledge industry, it would be interesting to do a little survey of opinions in here, fast, cold reactions. What do you mean by knowledge industry? That would be interesting to look at, especially if honestly done and not post the discussion I hope I am going to provoke. All too often, we imagine virtual things. We imagine keyboards and people developing programs or tweaking programs. That does not correspond with the real world. One provoking thought, and then we go to the facts. You will also recall that very often we used to reduce the word industry to manufacturing and somehow conjure up images of sweatshops and garments. Well, even that today is something we need to be aware of. One interesting trend in the last 2 years in Europe and the US has been the return of garments. You will recall that up to about 5-6 years ago, beginning late 70s, garments began to go to Southeast Asia. Well, that was when the main motive was labor costs. Well, in Southeast Asia, although now you have an increase, in some places radical, in labor costs, transaction costs, which are the costs of settling in one place, moving out, drawing up a contract, headhunting, sometimes corrupting, have not only not decreased, but have increased. So the difference between the differential in labor costs and transaction costs has lessened so much, has reduced itself to so much, that some garment companies are rethinking their whole strategy. This is enhanced by the diffusion, the capillary diffusion of knowledge-based support in practically all industry. As usual, we come late. And I still meet people who say, oh, garments are a lot of rubbish. Garments are not a lot of rubbish. If we had to manage to do what some top European countries are doing today with garments and textiles, we'd be doing fine. So, let's go to the facts. I'm trying to understand what I should do. Let's go a step back. Okay, so some facts. If we take a time period 2006 to whole year 2013 and concentrate only on new FDI projects, new means greenfield, okay, totally new. 2013 gives us 36. That is the highest figure since 2006, the lower figures being 2010 and 2012. We're talking of an exceptionally good year in terms of forecast, in some cases more than forecast, because we're now in first quarter 2014. Investment, so 64.1 million. The closest we ever came to that was 2009. 2009 was an important year in terms of companies already here expanding into legally new projects, and therefore a lot of reinvestment going on. I'm sorry, technological problems. Okay. If you then look at expansion projects, and their expansion is being used in a different way than normal. So, if you've added a couple of loos to your factory, that does not count as an expansion. We're talking of substantially new productive capacity. 2013 was also a good year, only surpassed by 2006. The next best would have been 2007, the worst being, I beg your pardon, no, I'm looking at something else. In terms of employment, 2013, in terms of FDI expansions, we're talking of 334. The much better year was 2006. This hiccup thing is a bit annoying. If you take things as a whole, look at the last column, in terms both of investment and in terms of employment, 2013 certainly signals that we're probably out of the crisis. In a second, I'm going to abandon this. Okay, it's a waste of time and it's frustrating. Bottom line, 2013 is a bumper year. I would say a lot of it is due to the fact that the international climate is changing for our targets, at least. I would also say that it also has something to do with the refocusing of attention on attracting foreign direct investment. 2012 was a particularly sad year. The next best was before 2007, so basically 2006. This is true both in terms of investment and in terms of employment. Now, why am I showing this? Because the next slide, which I will not even attempt to recover, tells us very clearly where we are going to require the strongest training and education effort, especially with the very latest approved projects, because there we're being given a very clear notice that, look, the investor is saying, the foreign direct investor is saying, this is where I intend to invest. If I go to full capacity, actually we now measure them at 3/4 capacity to be more realistic, then I will need the following personnel. We have no excuse this time that the market is so erratic that we don't know what we need. We know what we need. What we need to do now is do it. We also now have a very precise breakdown of the sort of investments that will come to fruition in the next 2 to 3 years. Let's go through the various sectors. Well, the world of the more creative ICT, amongst which digital games, it remains on top. Again, let's not talk about pious wishes, but about things happening now. One area of cooperation between Malta Enterprise and MCAST at the moment is specifically this. I think over the last week or so, we have come to an agreement regarding setting up new courses because the market within digital games requires new specific skills. And it's moving. So we're hoping that in the next couple of weeks, it needs to be that fast, MCAST will be working on that. Close to digital games is the world of bioinformatics. So if you go to the neighborhood of Mater Dei, you will see that next to the Life Sciences Center, which is luckily a bit ahead of schedule in terms of building, there is also a space devoted to something we're calling creative digital industries. Now, it so happens, and the people in the trade can tell you more than I, that there are certain skills involved in the production of digital games, let's not confuse this with iGaming, okay? We're talking of the production of digital games. The same skills, the same creativity is required in certain lines of bioinformatics. So the idea there was that we have something physically close, 20 meters, to the two buildings devoted to life sciences at the Life Sciences Park, where we are physically, and now institutionally, in the next couple of months, there is the promotion of synergies between the two. Flexibility is extremely important in the game today. So although it is good to have, as MCAST is managing to do, quick response to cover very, very specific skills, it's also important to have a broad base of training and education to enable flexibility. Another line, which is doing great, and MCAST needs to be told prosit here, is aviation services. Aviation services is an interesting story for this country. We sometimes imagine it was born yesterday. That is also obviously a lot of BS. It is one of our strongest areas, and it is one of the few areas where we actually have clusters. Sometimes we don't have a historical memory, but the very first aviation services in this country, in and around Hal Far, were already beginning to sprout end of 50s, 60s. In the repair and refurbishment of oldish aircraft, the beginning Dakotas, which were at that point being bought by oil companies with the sprouting at the end of the 50s, early 60s, of oil fields everywhere in North Africa. And it was a great situation. People were being shed by the RAF workshops, and they were moving straight into these businesses. We should also note that the very first engineering investment in Malta, approved in '59 as soon as the Aids to Industries Ordinance was passed, and coming to fruition and actual startup, if I recall my dates, 62, 63, that's before independence and before MDC was born in '67, was what for very long we called Doughty, then it became Malta Rubber, then Doughty again, then John Craig, then Forshida, today Trelleborg. A fine piece of investment. Practically our industrial history. Garments came and went, but certain sorts of engineering stayed. Now you will ask, what has that got to do with aviation services? Well, the original investment, Doughty, was by a company which in Britain at the time was Doughty Aviation Services. We were lucky, its owner, George Doughty, was in the Industrial Development Board of this country in the 50s. And the rationale was very clear, that Hal Far, where Trelleborg eventually ended, because it was in Imriehal for decades, was a place which would eventually, or could eventually, in the vision of the original investors, be a great place for aviation services. Now, following that, we had jewels like Aeromaritime, a success story of about 40 years that no one sings about, perhaps better so. But they are the guys, they are the only guys with a license to repair certain sort of engines for rotorcraft between Gibraltar and Aden. It is that sort of thing that then created a tradition which made more recent and more glamorous, I must say, ventures possible. Where does MCAST come in? I think MCAST is part of this success story. If it wasn't for MCAST, a lot of things that are now possible in aviation services would not have been possible. Fast reaction, no pomp, no ceremony, no turf wars, and they deliver, and very fast. There is a new development, but I suppose whoever is the boss around here will then be able to brag about it himself. No, you do it. No, you do it. It came to attention about 3 months ago that there were new skills required immediately, having to do with innovation in that sector. I don't think it took more than 2 weeks to get it done. We cooperated with industry that told us what they needed. We brought MCAST into the picture, and we're moving. And the funds have already been allocated. So there are certain areas where we're doing great. One final out of several. We are an engineering country. I think we need to wake up to this. It is one of the areas, and I'm talking of all the engineering, chemical, electrical, mechanical, and the various hybrids between the two, the most innovative of which over the last 4 weeks with a very, very interesting new project approved, an FDI, robotics, which really brings most of them together. We probably need to strengthen our skills base in engineering in the broadest sense, including in what are apparently the more modest, less glamorous, bread and butter skills. For example, tool making. We have been speaking, at least within my memory, for at least 30 years about the need of a tool making school. We need bread and butter tool makers. And we can learn from the market. It is another area where we really have clusters. For all too long, and I'm close to the end of my presentation, for too long in this country, we've imagined clusters, including Malta Enterprise, we've imagined clusters to mean dump all or most of industries in a particular sector in the same industrial estate. That is not a cluster. That is simply dumping several industries, more or less in the same sector, in the same industrial in the same industrial estate. Sometimes that doesn't actually work. It causes problems. A cluster requires transactions between the various players. Well, certainly, tool making has been a great example of successful clustering in Malta. Most of the plastic injection molding operations in this country, larger export-oriented ones, need continuous support from tool makers. And we're talking of very high value-added stuff. Anyone in the trade will tell you that a mold costs several thousand, sometimes in excess of 150 euros. Now, for very long, that was a very costly operation because it required sending your mold abroad or ordering it from abroad with all the problems that incurs, because you need a lot of communication between the final user and whoever is doing it. And incidentally, 3D printing will still not replace that. It will make it slightly more sophisticated, but at the end of the day, in that trade, you need someone hands-on with the skills almost of an artisan. Well, with the emergence of a cluster of tool makers in this country already about 25 years ago, we managed to become one of the most important hubs, if not in absolute terms, but in terms of intensity, of tool making for the plastic injection molding industry, well, I would say anywhere in Europe. That is one thing we don't brag about, perhaps because it's not glamorous and the guys working in it need to dirty their hands. But that is probably something that we need to revisit to ensure we have a critical mass. There is a lot of money in that. The volume to value ratio is ideal for this country. There is already a sizable internal market. And if we had more of these guys, then it would be easier to attract engineering to Malta.
Mr. Vella.
I think that is all I need to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker will be looking at the links that exist at MCAST between industry and education. Thank you, Manuel.
Thank you. Apologies for this hiccup. Hope that now it will work. First of all, I would like to welcome you to this first conference, industrial conference of MCAST. Welcome the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Education, Dr. De Bono, the President of the MCAST Board of Governors, Mr. Kakia, Principal and CEO, colleagues, fellow colleagues and friends, and conference delegates. As I was saying, I wish to welcome you to this first. It seems that it's not persisting again, not working. I'm being told by our technician that we're going to give it another try. It seems that there is something wrong with the cable. But anyway, back to my remit here to make a presentation on the MCAST partnership agreements and their support, what we offer to industry, the support to these partnership agreements. Mainly such agreements when they are entered into by MCAST, or what we call the commercial arm, the MG2I, which stands for Malta MCAST Gateway to Industry Limited, which is a commercial arm of MCAST, was set up in 2008, and here I see our previous principal and CEO, Professor Maurice Gregg, whom together with him and other directors like Vince Maione, we dedicated a lot of energy to provide a good foundation for this commercial arm. I'll have to continue until they try to make the necessary arrangements for the presentation. As I said, the agreements are entered into mainly by MCAST and MG2I. The purpose of the agreements are to formalize cooperation between MCAST, industry, and other educational establishments. Later on, I will be explaining more which companies they are, the industries, and other educational entities. And another goal for the MCAST...
May I disturb you?
Okay.
Giving us a chance to fix this, we're going to suggest having a coffee break now, and then we'll fix this, and then we can continue with the presentations working perfectly. Is that okay?
Thank you very much.
So
Okay.
the coffee will be outside. Thank you. You're okay. Okay? Hi, everybody. It looks like we've resolved the situation. Could everybody come in from coffee break, please? Not the light. But listen, is it going to be perfect, this presentation?
Don't worry. I can grab it and we can plug it in. If it's not working, we'll reject. Shall we try?
Yes, yes. Quickly, Bob. Quickly.
problema dej mhux qed jinstalla lid-driver.
You're going to tell them I'm going to
concise
version?
Yes.
Okay, so that they
Yes,
don't know.
yes.
għidlu taħdem, all right, installa driver.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
Manuel, qed taħdem ukoll.
If his presentation, make sure it's working. Clint, just come here. Just don't move from here. Don't move from here.
It's working.
It's yes.
It's installed the driver.
Yes, because it's.
Of course working. No, just install the presentation. Okay. All right. But it's experience.
Put it back on the front page for me. On the front page, thank you. Thank you. If you leave it here. Yes, please. Hi. Better not now. Give it to who you with Pablo?
This session.
Okay. Sounds like the bell's ringing for us. Can you kindly come back in, please? The bell's ringing, the school bell's ringing. Guys, poor Manuel already had his things shut.
MCAS presentation. Anton Bartolo.
Done. It's done.
كتاب نحسب لسه حتى عنده MCAS presentation.
Okay. We're nearly there. Yes, please. And you have of Mr. Dreyfus? Okay.
Okay.
Because we need to make sure that that one is really tight. Thank you. Thank you, Clint. His is not working. Get his pen drive, because
كيف يطلع تاخذه ورا حسب ودي هذا هسه انت توزع لما نجيب
okay.
forsi kif qed tintilna offside. Okay, thank you.
Do I wait or do we start? Because they come in, the people came in now. Just a few left though. Will you do 5 minutes before it comes up? Okay, it's working.
Back another one? Okay,
That's it. We're done.
He can use it. Yeah, he can use it.
Okay.
Okay.
Emmanuel, you can use this if you like. You can use this if you like. Yes, I'm supposed to go over this. Okay. Thank you very much for helping us in our little bit of a hiccup. I hope you enjoyed your coffee break. Emmanuel is going to do a shorter version of his presentation, so if there are any questions, please keep them for the end, and we'll address them then. Thank you.
Once again, I'll give it another try. Welcome. I'll try to continue from where I left before. I was saying the main purposes of the partnership agreements which MCAS enters into between various industrial types, which I'm going to list later on, and also other educational centers. We have to bear in mind that one of the goals of entering into these agreements is not only to increase our cooperation with industry, which is the main objective, but also to give an opportunity to our students and staff for exchanges with other industrial entities and also other colleges or companies overseas. A cross-section of the various industries we have these partnership agreements with are the automobile industry. Later on I will be mentioning the specific companies, aviation, health, government, pharmaceutical, and obviously there are others. The list is too long to mention, but we have partnership agreements with professional schools as far as the Baltic region, in Germany and England, vocational colleges and universities. Local partnership agreements, again, with the main companies, we are not boasting, but we do have a partnership agreement with the main leading companies, including authorities and ministries, like the Ministry of Health, Malta Enterprise, Chamber, Milwaukee, Daikin, Hyundai, Audi. For the last two companies, we are a regional training center authorized to send our lecturers to get technician status and then train people locally. Daikin and Milwaukee, they were very helpful with setting up laboratories at MCAS for the benefit of our students and also for their own benefit to promote their product, and the students can work with their own product when they are still at a young school, tender age. As I already indicated, other partnership agreements are with Baltic states like the professional school in Riga, north of Italy, Istituto Crescenzi Pacinotti. With these institutions, we do have active exchange of students and lecturers. Spain and IFTAC in Sweden, it's a particular MOU, which they help us to do training in fiber optic, both for our lecturers and for our students. It is training which they bring their own technical instructors and lecturers, and with the hope that we will be offering much deeper courses in the near future. Again, another cross-section of other entities with whom we have these partnership agreements. Faculté des Métiers, it's a vocational college in France, in the region of Paris, Reid Mulford, Germany, Max Born. In fact, Max Born is the oldest college with whom we have a partnership agreement. Now it's in its 12th year. Bonn Rhein, Siegel University, University of Niš. And here we welcome, we have representative from this university here with us today. Yeah, Finland, and Havering College in UK. Havering College is a recent achievement in partnership agreement, but very active. Something which I do not wish to forget stating is that these partnership agreements, we'll try to keep them very active. If we have any partnership agreement which is not active, it is dormant for 1 year, then obviously it is deleted and we do not pursue it anymore. We only follow partners who show their interest to actively participate with us, help us with our students, help us with lecture shadowing. We send our lecturer to shadow their lectures and vice versa, and also to place our lecturers in particular industry in their region, in their area. It's not only beneficial for MCAST to come to these partnership agreements, but it is also important that we support this partnership with the training of students. And here I'm only going to mention, because of the time limit we have, the part-time courses of the sector which I was responsible before, but MCAST trains, and to support these partnerships agreements, specifically to support them, over 4,000 individuals every year. In fact, there were years when we approached the 4,500 figure, which is a good figure in my opinion for a college of this size. Adding the part-time students with the full-time students, we exceed the 10,000 figure very easily. So a college which is 12 years old with 11,000 students, in our opinion, is a modest achievement. It is an achievement. And here, what I was going to give is a selection of the 10 institutes, the courses we run for the part-time courses. These are from arts and design, from ICT, electrical electronics, which is an old, the ex-Fellenberg, agribusiness, herbalism for self-healing, and also part-time courses for olive oil, human resources, IBAC, a very wide cross-section of courses, which I said they complement then to the 4,000 part-timers which we have. Every student who comes in on a part-time course, they are entitled to the same benefits, that is from the resources of MCAS, as the full-time students. That is, they can use the library and other services which MCAS offers, which we believe this is a very benefit and a feather in our cap for students, part-time students attending MCAS. I cannot fail to mention, talking on partnership agreements, a partnership agreement which we have with long-standing and also fruitful agreement with the government of Libya. Presently, we have a considerable number of students here in Malta under the auspices of MCAST training, and this is the second course we have. It's over 110 students for quite a long time. This is as a result of a framework agreement which we have with the government of Libya, specifically with the Ministry of Capacity Building and Labor. Here we can go, but obviously time, I'm informed, is not permitting, in the details of such an MOU, which then lead to various other agreements. The MOU then leads to a number of agreements on training, as we can see, MCAST award in electrical technology, electronics, and so on. These are all courses which we conducted or we are planning to conduct in the very near future under the MOU with the Ministry of Capacity Building and Labor in Libya, as I indicated before. Cross-section, the total number of hours for this specific program. We also do profiling of candidates at the in-house. We've done it here locally, in-house at the client's premises before they send their students to MCAST. This is in order to support, once again, the partnership agreements we have and to ensure that the courses we conduct for our clients, they are specifically made and curtailed to the client's needs. So we do a portfolio profiling of the student. Something worth mentioning, and it was mentioned before, the maintenance, aircraft maintenance courses we run. Obviously, it's part of our history now, and apart from it indicating our potentiality and expertise, but also was a hallmark for MCAST, for the fast response the college is able to offer when there is a requirement to a particular industry. And I believe that the college should work hard on this to continue offer an immediate response when there is a particular need in industry so that we can support the training of their staff. But apart from listing the partnership agreements and then the support services we are giving to maintain this partnership agreement, I believe that MCAST is going one step further now. Apart from training the resources, the staff resources, workers resources, and offering partnership agreement, MCAST is also offering with the new campus a permanent exhibition center for companies who are interested here, who are interested to come here and continue to exhibit their products, make permanent exhibition in areas like the library, various laboratories. In fact, my message today is this. Those who do not have a partnership agreement with MCAST, and through the networking through this conference, they are encouraged to approach the partnership office or myself so that we can hopefully formulate an agreement whereby, obviously, for the benefit of our students, the new campus will be a showcase to your industry, to your equipment, which is then helpful to your staff because then they are taught on the specific equipment which you have offered to MCAST. These are the 3 buildings which they already exist and they are operational. The applied science here, it's operational. We are still in final teething problems. Institute of Business and Commerce will be operational end of next month or early the month after, that is March. And Block F, which is the student facilities, quite a massive building with 5,500 meters square, that is 5.52 molas of land, just to imagine the extent of such buildings, is for student facilities and student services. Here we can see the next 2 buildings in line in order to conclude the main concourse, the main piazza, a library. It is intended to be a library at the main administration area, which will be part of the main campus, which spreads over 120,000 square meters. That's 122 molas of land, just to give you an idea of the extent. I apologize for being a quick run-through this presentation, but I'm informed that the time is very, very limited. Obviously, later on, anyone from the conference delegates who wants to come and see me and talk about partnership agreement, I will try to be here all day or make any questions which you may deem appropriate. Thank you very much.
About how MCAST is listening to industry. It's a two-way communication process which is happening here. And it's evident in the new building that they are setting up with the showcase, displaying the industry's collaboration with MCAST. A case study that we are going to be looking at now is of Lufthansa Technik. Mr. Stefan Druvers will be driving us through this, hopefully smoothly. Thank you.
Small technical. Can you hear me? Yes. Coming from the speakers, the same? Yes. Okay, thank you. The aviation industry was already mentioned several times by speakers.
wasn't me, okay? But now I'm, okay. Woke up everyone, I suppose. And you only have a couple of minutes to go for lunch, okay? So by 2007, about 350 people, and in that very moment, we started to collaborate very intensively with MCAST because we were looking for ramping up the company and getting to what we have today, around 600 people employed in the company. And last year, I'm very certain you noticed, we expanded our facility again, and we have now 3 wide-body lines running with a small extension. Still 600 people, but this year we'll be increasing our workforce with the aim end of the year to again have more aircrafts in and have bigger work. So basically a company owned by Air Malta and by Lufthansa Technik, big in the meantime. Let's look a bit about what people we have in that company and how this links builds up, and at the end, what the people need to be successful in that company. So we do maintenance. We have avionics who take care of computers and cables to computers. We have people in mechanics cabin working, and this is the link to the vocational colleges. They work with their hand. They're not saying that they don't work with their brain, but they work primarily with their hands on the aircraft, and they need to love it, and they are the ones that make the money of the company. So that's our stronghold in our workforce, and that's where we need to take care, being it hangar maintenance, being its workshops, being its facilities and tooling. Obviously, we have warehousing, and we have the classical bits and pieces every company has, where we have a variety of degrees up to university degrees. When you look at success, a company tries to be successful. Lufthansa Technik Malta tries to be successful. And when we look at it, how can we be successful, and how does an employee of ours fits in? We come to the point, first question we answer is, what does a company in our business, in the airline industry, will consider a key success factor? Second question will be then, how will a person add to this success? Which then will reflect to the third question, how I can be successful in my own career. So let's look at these 3 questions. Let's start with, how is Lufthansa Technik Malta being able to succeed in a globalized competition? Our competition in reality is, it was mentioned by Mario Vella a bit earlier, our competition is in Asia. Yeah, we are competing strongly to large facilities in Singapore and Hong Kong. And the competition is price, 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 and then comes capacity, predictability, turnaround time. Aircrafts are built to fly, not to be maintained, and quality. Quality being given. Quality is a given in that industry. You expect, if you bring your plane somewhere, that they have utmost quality. Now, to get there, what we look at is expertise, people knowing what they do when they work, that they know that a cable has a certain pin assessment, and they can figure out what it is. The people here did it brilliantly, figured out that the projector, not the cable, was the issue. That's what they need, and they need to look at in an aircraft, large wide body, quite a lot of parts, and get to it. Process control. When there is a fault, how long does it take to repair it? That's process control, everything related to process control. Efficiency. If we want to beat the competition in East Asia, we need to be as efficient as possible. Fuel price helps us a bit. For an European airline, it's harder to fly to Asia than to Malta, but efficiency is key, flexibility, and here comes the magic word of the next couple of years, continuous improvement. Taking this in mind, how will I add success to the company? We have a group here of MCAS students working on one of our project performance boards, where you can, on a visual management board, where you see how this crew in Factly is performing, and they add value by having this expertise, by having this process control, and by being able to work with this process control you see exactly here. And by doing this, driving efficiency, flexibility, and working on continuous improvement. Now, what does that mean for the person itself? 3 areas where we challenge our people. You might have in other industries different point of view, but in the airline industry we'll go for 3. It's technical knowledge, it's workmanship skills, I know what I do, how I do it, and the third is mindset and behavior. How do I act in my company? How do I add value on a long-term point of view? Let's look at technical knowledge. That's formal training. It was immediately, you said it early on, it's Cat A, Cat B, technical knowledge, physics, chemistry, why does an aircraft fly, how does the aileron work, how these things fit together. It's purely theoretical at that point. You have exams. The important thing is a person that wants to make a career in the aviation industry, at this stage he needs to show already that he's able to do so by passing the exams to a high degree, because we're really looking for the best people. IT knowledge, our world is, none of you can live without your mobile in the meantime, I suppose, and this is the same in our industry. In 2 years' time, we'll have tablets directly at the aircraft, most probably, and the whole job of the person is supported by IT heavily. What we've seen in our 7 years of cooperation with MCAST is that there is a point where we can still work a bit better, is successfully passing our exams, preparing the people for that daily challenge. That's not one time you pass exam, but it's several times, and basically the whole life is passing exams. Workmanship skills. Whenever you fly in an aircraft, you expect that aircraft to run perfectly. And the moment when you add the knowledge, the theory you heard early on, to what you do at the aircraft, this is when workmanship skills kick in. Being passionate of working with your hands. Like the things we see here, they show a lot of passion, these models. Yeah? This passion is necessary for that kind of business. And this brings me to the point which was mentioned a bit earlier, the screening process, getting the right people to take up that career for them to be successful in a long term, makes the company successful and gives high return to MCAST the same. Standard work practice, coming from clean bench, my own desk in my company is not the best example. I'm not a role model on that one, but we need to get the people on really delivering. When work is done, it's a clear space. It's nice and tidy. Handling of objects, being careful with objects. This is standard work practice. Practical training at MCAST and at the airline industry, because we share. This is a good moment of cooperation. They come to us, they come to the airline community in Malta and get the first practical training. On the job training, which is then the second part, once they come to us, we have a 6-month practical training with them, and we look at their performance at that stage. What needs to be improved on the long term is health and safety awareness. People still insist to take risks, too many risks. So I would strongly ask to include this more in the curriculum, because I want my people to be alive and with all their fingers when they work. Drill of skills. Yeah, skills. How do you do a lock wire? How do you screw a screw in? All this kind of thing. Drilling, going really up to the point of drilling it. But then we come to what I consider, and my company and the people and the management of Lufthansa Technik will consider the decisive factor for the coming years. It's the mindset and behavior bit. It's about being efficient and surviving in competition. It's constant learning, it's teamwork, no lonesome cowboys. It's taking responsibility, so values. A company has values. How to transmit the values to the people. And what is really in the future is understanding the business beyond her own job, his own task. Self-reflection, did what I performed now, rather than anyone assesses it thereafter, I need to assess what I'm doing. 20 years ago, in the aviation industry, there was an inspector, white-shirted, and he came after the guy, and he was looking at, this is good, this is bad. Today, in an efficient world, we don't have the money to do these kind of things, basically. The guy needs to assess his own quality of work. Not that we don't have inspectors, so don't be afraid, okay? Lean methodology, everything, 5S, Lean, Six Sigma, basic knowledge on that one, because when they come to the company, they immediately need to fit in that system. You have seen the visual management boards. They need to join in that immediately. They need to be prepared. And embracing change. I think if you'd ask a person 40 years ago, he would say change is something that happens every generation. Today, change is daily. And not always change is something funny or something you'd like. But if you don't change, the market will rule you off the table. You're just out of the business. So the people to understand and to be willing to accept change, to know that change is coming, that'll be something we need to bring in the young entrants at MCAST and later on in our company, so they know exactly, okay, this is just part of life. On the other hand, they enjoy it because every iPhone they get is fancier than the last one, yeah? But change on the own job. And this leads to continuous improvement, which is where at the end you will succeed or you will fail in that kind of business. But I think if you take companies like Trelleborg, they will be in the same setup. Or if you take Playmobil, whoever, basically in the future, if you are producing as an industry, you are in a global competition, and by surviving, you need to continuously improve to be faster than the other ones, smarter than the other ones. Having this in mind, let's talk about collaboration between a company like Lufthansa Technik Malta and MCAST. That's the mission statement of MCAST. And it states clearly, we will join the industry and their needs, and we share our thoughts, their thoughts, to prepare people for taking up a successful career in this industry. And by that, getting also the company to go to Malta and invest here and be happy here. Which, by the way, Lufthansa Technik Malta is. We are very happy here, otherwise we wouldn't have grown so much. That's basically how it works. It works like there's a selection, person enters MCAST, gets a theory, gets practical training. Part of the practical training is then done in the industry. There's a selection process, so the airline takes the person or doesn't take the person. Then there is an on-the-job training, and later on you see people that start developing a good career. And out of this process, there is the company input, what is really necessary at theory. There is the company input in what is really necessary at the practical training. And what you see here, is this theory part, that's a lot already introducing things like 5S, technical knowledge. Here, in the practical training, it's skills development, drill, health and safety. And what we did in the past, because we started that cooperation and we used it very much to build up the new facility in 2007, 8, and 9, we liaised with MCAST, had a big input, which we really appreciate that MCAST is so receptive. We might have at that time chosen some subjects which were brilliant, some subjects which were less brilliant. And what I think we need to fix for the future is that we get that feedback loop better, that we say, okay, this is what we learned from that time, this is what we learned from the current people we are employing. Now, how can we feedback this to MCAST for MCAST to develop their curriculum? So, hearing in the morning that MCAST is revisiting their whole curriculum is a good moment in time to get this fixed. And on the long term, really to get also a look at how the people develop in their career. Are we giving them the right set of skills to, some of them at least, become leaders? Then obviously in that big block, there's also international standards, because CAT A and CAT B are international renowned certificates. So that's how it should work. We had a quite good start. We need now to fix that feedback loop a bit in order to improve and in order to get the challenge for the future. So would I consider our cooperation with MCAST successful over the past years? Yes, I would. Yeah, And reasons why I would consider it successful, I'll give you in a second. But it also, like every relationship, it needs taking care of from both sides. And we need to take care of by looking in the future what the future needs will be to get successful people, and on the other hand, by fixing a feedback loop. Now let's see if that was a success. It was a success. From 2007 and up to 2013, that's the people who did practical training from different courses in Lufthansa Technik Malta, and it's fair to say that 284 students of MCAS passed through Lufthansa Technik practical training. Different levels, different courses, and of them, 163 are still employed at Lufthansa Technik. Some of them went beyond, worked on their future career. Some of them even returned to MCAS at a certain stage, but not a bad hit rate, not at all. And more than 20 of them became team leaders. So they are part of the now leadership team of Lufthansa Technik Malta and going beyond it. And basically, the message is we still require 20 new people every year. Of growth, of people being promoted, of people taking up different opportunities in life. So we're looking forward to a successful development of the relationship with MCAST, and we look back on a successful journey with MCAST. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you very much. That was the last workshop from my end. Thank you very much for being so patient and understanding. We have now the next moderator, who is Pablo, who will be taking up after me. Thank God for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We shall now move on to the next workshop, which is Sustaining Business Competitiveness Through Research and Education. This workshop will address the importance of research and innovation in education and industry. It will also look into how industry and academic and vocational institutions should strengthen their collaboration in setting joint research projects in different areas. The speakers in this workshop will address the advantages of cooperation and potentially chart a way forward for the future. I'd like you to welcome on stage the speakers for this session, Dr. Xavier Zammit, Director of the Center for Entrepreneurship and Business Incubation, Mr. Oscar Borch, Partnership Director at MCAST, and Mr. John Casawhite, Chairman of Bank of Valletta. We'd like to welcome also Dr. Jeffrey Pollicino Orlando, Executive Chairman of MCST, who will start off this session with his presentation, which will look into delivering higher value through research and innovation.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, allow me to congratulate Dr. Silvio Zebuono and all his team for successfully organizing the first MCAS Partners Conference. I'm sure you'll agree it is a very well-attended conference and it's a very interesting one. I'd also like to thank him for his kind invitation and look forward to further strengthening the Malta Council for Science and Technology's collaboration with MCAST. The Malta Council for Science and Technology shall be launching the National R&I Strategy for 2020 in the coming weeks. The strategy is the culmination of years of hard work by the Council and other stakeholders, both within the public and the private sector, who are truly deserving of our gratitude for their support and collaboration. The strategy is a national one, providing a common strategic direction in the local R&I sector. Its realization depends on the commitments by all the stakeholders. This collaborative spirit needs to be maintained and strengthened in the coming years in order to achieve our objectives. Experience has shown that countries with consistently high investment in research and innovation tend to cope better with economic turmoil and are generally more able to sustain a high standard of living. In order to become a knowledge-based economy and society, Malta needs to graft R&I within its economic and supporting institutional fabric. Therefore, R&I investments are not only end goals in themselves, they are means, and we strongly believe this, they are the means to address social and economic challenges and to improve Malta's economic competitiveness. This conceptual approach underpins the whole strategy and will undoubtedly underpin its implementation. It should be noted that throughout the past years, the Malta Council for Science and Technology has been entrusted with providing national R&I funding in an attempt at improving the overall development and commercialization potential of locally developed products and technologies. A set of nationally funded programs, namely and notably the Commercialization Voucher and Technology Development Programs, have been identified in order to increase local research, technological development, and innovation activities. These aim at effectively addressing the current gaps in funding and the missing support framework which is required both by enterprises and researchers. The programs facilitate the access of firms to external knowledge and help researchers seek the market potential for the technology they develop. These R&I programs also support knowledge transfer, and they actually encourage it, between industry, academia, and large firms, as well as supporting R&I ideas which have a market potential. MCST is currently, MCST, not MCAST, because people get confused at times, is currently working on a number of initiatives which address the current funding gaps in the R&I ecosystem. They also target the current problem of the brain drain in our scientific community and further support the local pool of human resources available to further sustain a competitive business environment. In the coming months, the Council will put forward proposals which will create the necessary environment for researchers to undertake basic and applied research, as well as take them through the whole chain of transferring the knowledge acquired to the market and commercialize the innovative solutions. We are working very closely with central governments in this respect and are even lobbying for the provision of structural funding for these proposals, which will be a first in our country. Besides the funding for the actual research and technology transfer, researchers will be offered all the support services and project management required to run an effective research project. In addition, the Council will also focus its efforts on exploring various options to set up a venture capital funding program, which is one of the tasks we have been entrusted with. All these funding mechanisms will generate further investment in research and innovation, which is considered crucial for further economic growth and, as we have said, to create a sustainable knowledge-based economy and improve Malta's economic competitiveness. In addition, investment in R&I will generate further business development, as well as, and notably, employment opportunities which are attractive for our students. One of the three main goals of our new strategy is the achievement of a stronger knowledge base. This entails taking a longer-term perspective through investments which yield returns over a prolonged period of time, but which also provide the building blocks of a knowledge-based economy by investing in a highly skilled, more innovative workforce. Education is indeed a sine qua non of a knowledge-based economy. Investing in young people at all educational levels, from primary through to tertiary education and lifelong learning, nurtures a questioning mind and a can-do attitude, which enables them to think strategically and exploit opportunities and knowledge. Highly qualified human resources are fundamental to the development of an enabling framework for R&I to flourish in a knowledge-based society. Therefore, Malta is in need of instilling interest and encouraging its younger students to continue their education and boost the take-up of science and technology-related studies. The challenge of increasing the take-up of science-related subjects needs to be addressed all the way, as I said, from primary through secondary to post-secondary and tertiary levels. The National Interactive Science Centre is a science and technology related investment in the informal educational streams and is considered a short-term stimulus with long-term goals. It is the largest project the Malta Council for Science and Technology has ever embarked upon, and we're looking forward to work starting in the coming days. My team has been working on this initiative for the past 4 years, since I took over at the helm of the Council. The project will focus on increasing Malta's science, technology, research and innovation, infrastructural capacity in the educational system. This project is an active measure that in the long term can be considered to be a catalyst towards increasing students' interests towards core science subjects and therefore should encourage them to choose and remain interested in such subjects. This is essentially in view of the relatively low percentage share of the population with a tertiary degree and the insufficient take-up of science-based studies at our university. The new permanent infrastructure, which will be located on the Bigi Peninsula, will provide a modernized facility where students, teachers, and the general public will be able to immerse themselves in a hands-on, interactive science experience in an informal learning setting that eventually should contribute towards the increase in science and technology professionals, thus giving Malta the much-needed human capital to sustain a competitive, knowledge-based economy. The Interactive Science Centre will also contribute towards new collaborations with other science centres in order to share expertise, best practices, and foster similar hands-on activities. This will obviously result in an enhancement of networking and new collaboration with other related businesses and academia. Besides investing in human resources, investment in local R&I infrastructure is particularly important for Malta as a means of offering an attractive work and study base for local researchers, as well as attracting back and retaining those who undertake studies abroad. This is all the more crucial when considering that the majority of our doctoral degrees are obtained from foreign universities, giving rise to a potentially higher degree of brain drain from our country. To conclude, the National R&I Strategy for 2020 will provide us with a fresh challenge. The challenge of investing more and investing more wisely in innovation and research. Resources are, as always, finite. We therefore need to work together to ensure that money is spent wisely and in the best national interest. In the coming years, the Malta Council for Science and Technology's role will be to champion the strategy, supporting its implementation by key players, as well as taking a direct responsibility for parts of its implementation. The Council will also be in charge with the evaluation of the strategy and its regular updating. Other entities must undoubtedly also play a crucial role in achieving the goals of the strategy, and we are once again looking forward to this collaborative effort. Please allow me to conclude by reiterating the importance of working together in order to provide a seamless and enabling framework for strengthening Malta's economy through research and innovation. Thanks a lot and have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pollicino Orlando. Our next speaker is Dr. Anton Bartolo, Director Corporate Research and Knowledge Transfer, who will look into research and development collaboration at the University of Malta.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'd like to start by thanking MCAST for inviting us over here to this event and congratulate them and also the huge audience that there is today, which is, I think, very encouraging. Today, I wanted to tell you more or less what we've been up to in this area at the university over the past months, because there's been a lot of activity where it comes to knowledge transfer and interactions in this area. My presentation, I'm going to go over a list of interactions that there are, then a list of the university support infrastructure that there is to support this, and then I'll go through the resources we have and the processes we've put in place to support the interaction. So to start with, I've listed more or less a list of all the interactions that we can imagine that can happen between university and business. A lot of these have already been mentioned today and discussed, some of them in depth. For example, the educated workforce, obviously, we know that institutions like MCAST and the university, one of their main goals is to produce employees for industry and for the country. Anton Borch earlier on from the chamber mentioned the internship skill, the internship scheme that we've worked out with them, and I think this is also an important area where we need to work on, where we give the opportunity for our students to get experience in industry. But the list does not stop at providing the educated workforce. There is employee training, so we mentioned the continuous professional development also today. Consultancy, and this is where the expertise in institutions like university and MCAST is used to support industry out there. So we have people who are very knowledgeable, much more expert than industry can afford sometimes, who can really support in the processes that are going on in industry. Again, advisory boards, I think this happens maybe below the radar to a certain extent, but again, industry can use academics, members of MCAST to advise on their boards. The first four are primarily interactions where the university is being a provider. The next three are more where we have more of a collaboration. So we have collaborative research between industry and between university and a particular company. We can have a multi-party project, and again, today we mentioned clusters. I think abroad, maybe more than here, you get clusters of companies who support research at the university for the benefit of the group of companies rather than one single company. Staff exchanges, again, we often have members from industry who are teaching at the university, and this is something which is very healthy because it exposes the students, but also the university gets more in touch with what is going on out there. Technology licensing, I'll speak about that a bit more later. Donations, of course, and I'll speak about that. And we know that, for example, certain universities in the UK get as much as 1/3 of their research funds through grants, donations, and they're a very important part of their research funding. And finally, entrepreneurship. As I mentioned, over the past months, we've been putting together an infrastructure. We also got a good grant, ESF grant, which has helped us kind of formalize this process. And as a result, we now have a number of units at university to support these interactions. So the first is the Knowledge Transfer Office, which is where I am from, and I'll go over the roles of these in the coming slides. The Malta University Consulting Limited, which existed before, but we're trying to bring it back to life and give it more of an active role. The Center for Entrepreneurship and Business Incubation, which is primarily an academic center, I'll speak about this later, which has been set up to promote entrepreneurship. Takeoff is our new business incubator, which will be launching in the next couple of months. A very exciting project at the university. The Project Support Office, which again is an important part of the jigsaw, unless you have an office that is actually supporting the interaction, supporting the collaborative projects, it's very hard to actually move ahead with them. And finally, our RIDT, Research and Innovation Development Trust, which again I'll expand on further on. So I'll go over some of the interactions that I mentioned in the second slide to explain the process and the infrastructure that's been put in place. So first of all, who would be involved in a collaborative research project? The Knowledge Transfer Office has been set up specifically to act, to support this process. Then you have project support, as I mentioned, and the academics and industrial partners who are actually going to do the work itself. So how would a collaborative project work? Obviously, industry would approach us, or we approach industry. Sometimes it's through the academics, sometimes it's directly through our office. But basically, a decision is taken that there is benefit in conducting a collaborative project. And that is obviously just the beginning. So the next step is to sit down and actually define what the project would be. One of the criticisms that industry has about universities in general is that it's hard to keep academics on a deliverable timescale. So as part of the project, what we do is sit down and define the project and write an agreement around this where we look at things such as timelines, deliverables, financials, intellectual property, who would own the intellectual property from the project. And this is a process which needs to go on with the academic and industry partners, but also then with people who have the knowledge of project management, of the financials, how much will it cost to, for example, employ a master's student. So by bringing these people together, we make it possible, easier for a collaborative project to be set up. One other interaction mentioned is the research commercialization, and this is primarily one of the tasks of the Knowledge Transfer Office. So together with the academic inventors, we identify research that has a commercial value, and then decide how this research can be commercialized. So we have a lot of research going on at university, in engineering, for example, and every so often an academic approaches us and tells us, listen, I came up with this really brilliant idea, which I think can help a certain industry in a particular way. And the aim then is to get that research from the lab out into industry through commercialization. Very often this entails protecting the invention with a patent. Sometimes it does not, because if it's a software invention, then it's difficult to protect it with patents. So there are other ways of protecting such a form of intellectual property. Commercial exploitation is then either through licensing, in which case we find an industrial partner who is interested in taking the invention from the university lab into industry, into a product or service, or through, we hope in the future also, spinning out a company from the university, whereby we have a patent, we have a protected technology, and we can build a product or service through a spin-out company. Consultancy and contract R&Ds, I mentioned this already. We have the Malta University Consulting Limited now, where we've recently employed a manager, and she is very active in finding, matching the needs from outside the university with the capabilities of our academics and researchers. And again, here the process is very similar to collaborative research. And one should say that in consultancy, the difference between collaborative research and consultancy is that for consultancy, the university is contracted. So we expect to receive market rates for such a service. And in return, obviously, the industry or company that is contracting us to do the job would own all the intellectual property and have ownership of the project when it is implemented. The Malta University Consulting Limited is also involved in employee training and continued professional development. So this is another area of interaction whereby we try to service the CPD, the continuous professional development needs of industry through the setting up of specialized training for them. I mentioned donations. Recently, the university set up the Research, Innovation and Development Trust, the RIDT. It's taken a bit of a while for the initiative to be accepted, but recently we're seeing a lot of positive reaction. Just recently we received a donation of 70,000, which will go, it's actually from the life cycle, and it will go towards research in kidney, health of the kidney. So we're seeing more movement over here, even from industry, where they're willing to donate to university for research and innovation purposes. Finally, entrepreneurship. As I said, we're in the process of setting up Takeoff, which is the University of Malta, the new University of Malta Business Incubator, and we set up the Center for Entrepreneurship and Business Incubation. Takeoff has the aim to support aspiring entrepreneurs and help them create successful technology and knowledge-based ventures, taking them from idea to investment and launch. Our target is to help entrepreneurs who have a knowledge-based idea, an idea that ideally has an international market. We're looking at the people who have approached us are primarily ICT, digital games, but even medical devices. So there's quite a range of entrepreneurs out there who are looking for support to set up their business in various areas. The incubator will also bring together, apart from the innovators and the entrepreneurs, but also mentors and investors to help close the skills and resource gap experienced by these early stage entrepreneurs. The target audience for the incubator are aspiring technology and knowledge-based entrepreneurs and early stage startups, of course, including students and academics at the university. And as I said, we hope in the future even to incubate spin-outs from the university. So companies based on research on innovations that have been developed in-house at the university. Takeoff provides shared space and facilities and support, so mentoring, business development support, networking, financial training, and of course, help with the promotion of the new venture. Finally, the Center for Entrepreneurship and Business Incubation, which was launched last June. And the center has already started a course in knowledge-based entrepreneurship. We have 2 cycles of the course running concurrently. It's a master course. And we have over 40 students who are attending this course. So it's very encouraging. This is a very hands-on course. It's much more hands-on than it is academic, and the idea is that by the end of the course, these students have a fully fledged business plan and hopefully already on their way to setting up their new enterprise. The center also has the oversight and strategic direction of the incubator. Finally, this is the building where we're all hosts. As you can see, this is the old Faculty of ICT building at the university. It's been going through a refurbishment, and hopefully in 2 or 3 weeks, it will be finished. We're already living there, but the work is going on around us. This will house the Knowledge Transfer Office, the Center for Entrepreneurship and the Business Incubator, and also the Malta University Consultancy Limited. So we'll have a center which is right in the middle of campus, close to engineering, sciences, maths, and the heart of the university, and hopefully we'll start delivering concrete results over the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bartolo. Our next speaker is Mr. Oscar Borch, Partnership Director at MCAS, who will look into the partnership strategy.
I shall be talking about how MCAS goes about forging links with industry and other institutions. Development in recent years of the knowledge economy has meant that competitiveness is based increasingly more on intangibles such as research, knowledge and skills. And this has implications for educational institutions such as IMCAST, which is the emphasis being on vocational education and training and learning by doing. Benefits of VET or vocational education and training are higher participation in the labor market, lower unemployment, and the opportunity to acquire qualification in areas not previously possible. IMCAST tries to have services that are directed at student phase, the employee, and the company by offering full-time courses, student work placements and apprenticeship schemes, evening courses and bespoke courses and other projects. Its strategic objectives in this regard are to work with government agencies, employers, and professional bodies to meet training demands and needs of the economy, and to build effective and local international partnerships, school links, university links, and collaborative arrangements. Now, how do we do that? We have to look first at who are the stakeholders and to determine what the synergies are. And we have to look first at the students. What are the aspirations? That is that they have courses which are relevant to the needs of the industry. EU exchange programs, industry work placements, and apprenticeship schemes. On the other hand, we have the industry service institutions who require access to trained and qualified manpower, ad hoc training needs and specialist services, and projects collaboration. We have then the academic institutions which are looking for knowledge transfer, again, EU exchange programs and other projects. And from its part, IMCAST is very much interested to ensure that its courses are designed in such a way that they are relevant for industry. And obviously it seeks, industry work placements and apprenticeship schemes for its students as well. The approach is market-based. First, we have to identify what the needs of the market. The economy is constantly changing. New sectors are coming up, otherwise others are diminishing in importance, and this is something dynamic. One has to keep in touch with what is happening. Then we need to match with what is happening within IMCAST. How does this relate with what is happening inside here? What are the gaps? How can we develop the new services? And then, as was pointed out earlier on, we need to get feedback from industry. And the focus is on clusters. We're adopting a cluster approach because the clusters offers synergy, a common technology and a common skills base, which is directly relevant for IMCAST to meet training needs and objectives, and they are tied to government macroeconomic objectives and our own objectives. And we do that by matching. For example, if we take the ICT and digital media clusters, there are two institutes involved, the ICT and the Art and Design. Life sciences, you have Institute of Applied Science and Community Services. In maritime, you have 4 institutes involved. And advanced manufacturing, again, you have Mechanical Engineering, Electrical Engineering, Institute of Art and Design. And the same again in aviation, where you have Mechanical Engineering, ICT, Business and Commerce. And finally, in healthcare, we have Institute of Community Services. We mustn't forget also the importance of the role of supporting institutions, which form an integral part of the cluster. These can be either government or private. In particular, government institutions have an important leading role, primarily because of their regulatory function, but also because of the links they have with companies involved in the sector. what do we seek to do here with industry service companies? We seek to develop exchange programs for students and work placements, apprenticeship schemes, development of delivery of bespoke training courses, participation in EU-funded projects, and collaboration on mutually beneficial commercial activities. Finally, there's also the role of the academic institutions, which are also an important part of the cluster. They are important for research, quality standards, and EU-funded projects. In this regard, we look at identifying student exchange programs, work placement programs, technology transfer, participation in EU-funded projects, including participation in local industry serving companies, quality standards, bridging gaps, for example, between INCAS degrees and university degrees, and the scanning of resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borge. I'd like to invite Mr. John Kasawai, Chairman of Bank of Valletta, who will look into research and education from an employer's perspective.
First of all, I would like to thank the Principal and the Chairman of the Board of Governors for organizing this conference and inviting me to be one of the speakers. I have always believed that there is a great need in Malta to build more effective bridges between policymakers, education institutions, and business. From my experience in business and from education too, I believe that there is much more that needs to be done to build these bridges, because only in that way can we optimize the efforts that are being made in all areas to improve the economy, to make sure that our economy continues to grow, to create jobs for our young people especially. In my presentation, I will attempt to explain the different types of research and development that exist and try to identify where business can be a partner with education and with policymakers to make sure that we build good synergy between these three factors that together they will guarantee our success in the future. Of course, every business exists to make a profit. Not every business, but for-profits business exists to make a profit. And we have to understand the mindset of business people to understand how we can interest them into becoming partners with education institutions to make sure that we get this teamwork which is so badly needed. The objective of academic and institutional research and development is to obtain new knowledge which may or may not be applied to practical uses. So I would say that the popular concept of what research and development is fits into this definition. Many people think that research is not about making money, and to a certain extent that is true, but it is about gaining new knowledge. And I think the popular concept of most people would agree with what is being said here. But of course, there are different aspects of research and development, as we're going to see, especially when it starts to touch the area of business. In contrast, the objective of industrial research and development is to obtain new knowledge applicable to the company's business needs that eventually will result in new or improved products, processes, systems, or services that can increase the company's sales and profits. So now here you are getting more the perspective of business on research and development. Research and development is a very important management function in any business. And as I shall say in a moment's time, even small businesses need to engage in research and development. So now we are going to get in touch with the realities of how money needs to be spent in research and development if we want to get business to join forces with educational institutions and with policymakers to make this happen. As I said, basic research has its objective a fuller knowledge of understanding of the subject and the study rather than a practical application thereof. In the industrial sector, basic research advances scientific knowledge but does not have specific commercial objectives, although such investigation may be in fields of present and potential interest to the company. So this is, again, the first step that needs to be made in investing in research and development. Without this step, the other two steps that are coming later would be very difficult to achieve. So yes, we need to encourage more people to do basic research, although I must say that business is more interested in the other two phases that I will point out in a moment, which come after the basic research. This is applied research. So businesses are more focused and more interested in applied research. Why? Because it makes a difference to their bottom line. And any good business leadership knows that, as we have heard earlier in one of the presentations, we need to update ourselves all the time. Competition is evolving all the time. The market is evolving all the time. Change is happening all the time. And we need to be a step ahead of these changes. So you will find that business people, business leaders are very interested in applied research. Research directed towards gaining knowledge or understanding necessary for determining the means by which a recognized and specific need may be met. So I will be making a particular emphasis on service industries because that's the industry I know best. This morning you've heard a lot about manufacturing industry, about other industries, but also in the service industries there is a lot of scope for doing research and development. And those of you who follow the economic scene, both locally and internationally, you will start to realize the big changes that are going on, for instance, in banking. Only last weekend, two major banks in the UK announced that they will be changing their business model, closing branches, reducing the number of people, but opening new boutique kind of offices in supermarkets, out of all places, to sell their services. Why? Because the industry is changing. In industry, applied research includes investigations directed to discovery of new specific knowledge having specific commercial objectives with respect to products, processes, or services. I group these three things together because we have to move away from the concept that research is only about having new products. Although the word product today is used also in service industries, I am talking here about processes, making processes more efficient, making processes satisfy our customers' needs, because that is why every business exists. Unless you satisfy your customers' needs, you will soon be out of business. So you need to research all the time how you're going to do this in the best way possible. Development is the last stage of research and development. Hopefully, after you've done basic research, after you've done some actual product research and service research, then you develop what you need to develop in order to improve your business. In the systematic utilization of the knowledge, is the systematic utilization of the knowledge or understanding gained from research towards the towards the production of useful materials, devices, systems, or methods, including design and prototypes and processes. So here I try to group together what development will look like, whether it's a manufacturing industry, whether it's a services industry. Although today the demarcation line between manufacturing and services is being blurred all the time, because most manufacturing businesses are also involved in a lot of services. And therefore, I think the traditional distinction which we used to make no longer applies, and we have to have a broader concept of what research and development can do for every sector of the business. Who is responsible, therefore, and who should be the main provider of finance, so to speak, for basic research? Ben Bernanke, the retiring president of the Federal Reserve, in a speech he made to a research and development seminar similar to this in the US recently said, the economic arguments for government support of innovation generally imply that governments should focus particularly on fostering basic or foundation research. So I think that if businesses, if education institutions want to look for financing for basic research, they need to look in the direction of government support. The most applied and commercially relevant research is likely to be done in any case by the private sector, as private sector firms have strong incentives to determine what the market's demands are and to meet these needs. I am not trying to create artificial barriers here, but it's a reality that businesses are more interested in research and development that promises light at the end of the tunnel. As we're going to see in a moment, research and development costs a lot of money. It is important, and there is economic proof that companies that invest in research and development are usually more successful. So here I have two statements which basically are two facts of life about research and development, at least as seen from the perspective of business. The relationship between research and development and economic growth is complex, but several economic studies have come to the conclusion that it is very significant. So we know that the best companies are those companies that invest in research and development. The second reality is perhaps even more sobering. Research and development is good investment for business, but a risky one. The majority of research and development projects fail to provide the expected financial results, and the successful projects, which roughly are 25 to 50%, must also pay for the projects that are unsuccessful. So businesses are not charitable institutions. I know that many people look at certain businesses, let me mention banks for instance, as having deep pockets, and therefore they can solve all the problems that other industries may have because they don't have the resources to do it on their own. I think this is not a very realistic view of how businesses spend their money on research and development. Of course, there is a business case to be made for businesses to join forces with education institutions and also with policymakers. As we have heard earlier today, there are national institutions that by joining forces they can achieve better results than if they were to make research and development just on their own. Malta's economy, like that of many Western countries, is becoming more services oriented. There are many different types of services. Tourism, of course, is the classical case. Financial services, the servicing of aircraft is another service industry, and there is always some new industry cropping up. It is therefore inevitable that more of our research and development efforts at an institutional, educational, and business level should be focused on service industries. I don't feel I am competent enough to speak about research and development in the industrial field, and I'm sure that this morning and this afternoon there will be more qualified people to speak about this. So I am going to focus mainly on the service industries and how these can benefit and maximize the returns that they get by investing in research and development. The case for joint research and development projects. In a consortium, several companies with congruent interests join together with educational organizations and institutions to research ways of developing more advanced products and processes, and then transferring the results of the research and development to operations and to customers. In Malta, we have some weaknesses which we need to address. There are some weaknesses which will always be there. The fact that we are a small island and that there isn't a cluster of businesses that can really cooperate together to give the critical mass that is needed to make substantial investment in research and development worthwhile. However, we can maybe overcome that by collaborating also with other neighboring countries, because today communication, especially in the services industries, can be achieved not by physical nearness of industries, but also by electronic communication. Another disadvantage which we have, I think, is more of a cultural one. where we tend to be very individualistic in our approach to what we do. We all like to have the imprint of our own personality on our own businesses, and this does not lend itself to good teamwork. We need to encourage a mentality that we're working together because it benefits us to work together, it benefits our economy to work together, and it benefits the different stakeholders to work together. I know that this is difficult because cultural change, from my experience, is the most difficult change to manage. But it needs to be done, and it needs to start from educational institutions. We need to teach our students to work together as a team and forget the rote learning that sometimes crops up because many of us were brought up in a system where we were taught to learn things in a particular way, not very conducive to good teamwork, not very conducive to problem solving, but more conducive to accumulation of knowledge. And I wouldn't even say knowledge, it's accumulation of data, of information, which is different from knowledge. Now I try to give some examples of how research and development can help in service industries, some practical R&D that could be handled by business, education, and national institutions. Research on equitable and sustainable tourism in Malta. Our tourism industry is probably becoming a little bit tired. I said that we use the word product. We can use the word product for tourism. And if we are not careful, and if we take our tourism for granted, we realize that there are people around us, our competitors, are smarter than us and they are advancing. And of course, the buzzword today, and it's not just a buzzword, it's a very important concept, is that we start to develop new ways of making the experience of people who visit us more worthwhile. Yesterday, the Times published my article on research and development, and I received a feedback from a reader who happens to be a business person in Gozo who has invested in agrotourism. And he told me, if only I had realized how important it was to research the kind of business I was going into with so much enthusiasm. He said I would have spared myself and my family, especially his wife, who is a partner with him in this business, so much heartache. He said, if I had realized the difficulties I had to face, and let me be honest, he even mentioned banks as not really understanding what he was trying to do. He mentioned the bureaucracy of people who try to follow by rote regulations that are not necessarily conducive to good new businesses that need to expand. He said, thank you for bringing to the attention of your readers the fact that also service industries, also small companies, this particular company was investing in agrotourism, need to spend time and possibly even money and need the assistance of other stakeholders to research and develop the product that they intend to offer to their clients. One big challenge that our country will be facing in the coming decades, and we need to take a little bit of a longer-term view on our economy, is the impact of climate change on our tourism industry. So far, I have not seen any research, whether academic, whether business, maybe it exists and it hasn't been published, about how our tourism industry is going to be impacted by climate change. What we can do about it, how we can handle the situation if it comes sooner rather than later. How can agrotourism generate and sustain revenues by encouraging people to remain in the practice of farming, for instance, maintaining their farms, and attract the younger generation of farmers. It's a sad reality that in Malta our agricultural industry is dying a slow death. Young people don't want to work anymore because it's no longer economically viable, it's hard work. However, rather than be pessimistic and take a fatalistic view about this, we need to research more to see how we can attract young people back to the land. And MCAS is doing a very good job in continuing to offer courses in agribusiness. because today there are new concepts of how agriculture can preserve our environment while at the same time create business opportunities for young people who want to work there. Financial services, the area I know best. There are developments going on all the time. I mentioned only last weekend, which for many people is a sad event, because when you make people redundant and close branches, of course, it's not good for the people who are going to get involved. But nobody can stop change. And rather than be fatalistic about saying that modern technology is killing jobs, we need to be optimistic and look at how we can use technology to create new jobs. They won't be the old jobs of yesterday, but they will be new jobs. So we need to ask ourselves, for instance, for those who are in the financial service industry, how can banks' research and development commitment help to enhance innovation, especially in processes and product innovation? There is a misprint there, I'm sorry about it, because I used an old version of the PowerPoint presentation that I had prepared. Basically, it is to gain competitive advantage. Every business needs to gain competitive advantage. Technology is an enabler. And for those in the financial services industries, they need to think more about how they structure their delivery channels, their services, their products, how to train their people to deliver this service in a better way. How can small businesses be helped to exploit technological advances in payment systems and e-commerce to access new markets? Again, one of the big problems that our small and micro businesses face is that our market is too small. We can no longer limit ourselves to selling things to ourselves, opening up restaurants, fast food. All those are good and all those create jobs. But we need to look beyond our shores. We have to have an export-oriented outlook and mindset. And again, exports is no longer exports of goods, it is exports of services. And I think that small businesses have an opportunity, and they need to be helped, however, with proper research and development, both on the policymaker side and also perhaps by other business partners, to develop new ways of selling. Today, most of us, I think, have had the experience of buying things online. There is nothing different between buying things online from a website based in London or in New York and a website based in Malta. I know that some people are already doing this in Malta. And we need to start thinking about these new industries which are growing and which are the future. Of course, while at the same time taking care of our old economic operators that need support and need renovation of their services. So what is the way ahead? We have seen that obviously there are different perspectives. Educational institutions look at research and development from a particular angle. Businesses have their own particular angle. Policymakers, by policymakers I mean government institutions, have their own limitations, especially financial limitations, because all this involves a lot of money. I think the solution has to be found in joint projects in which policymakers, education institutions, and businesses join forces to undertake applied research with the aim of introducing new products, processes, and services that satisfy customer needs. It's easy to say, it's much more difficult to put in practice, but it can be done. Other countries are doing it. Countries that have been always on the edge, on the cutting edge of technology, and I include small countries like Israel, for instance, are succeeding in bringing together the different capabilities that they have in order to make sure that the limited resources that they have, because every country has limited resources. Let's not illude ourselves that there is a particular country that has unlimited resources. There are, of course, richer countries, like the countries that have rich mineral wealth and so on, but then there are countries very much like us who have to base our efforts on the ability of our people, the ability of our educational system to produce people who can manage work, who are prepared for the modern workplace. And we need to challenge ourselves all the time and ask, what are we doing right? What are we doing wrong in our system? What change is needed to make us the best of breed in whatever we're doing? And I think there is a good case for building teams around common interests. And these teams will be made up of the protagonists, of the main stakeholders in research and development, which are education institutions, policymakers, and also, of course, business, which needs to put more commitment into this national effort that is needed to improve our services. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kasawait. I'd like to open the floor for some questions. I believe there are a couple of questions. There's a mic, there's a roving mic somewhere. Yes, are there any questions? No questions? Okay, yes, we do have a question here and on the side here. Yes, please. Thanks. Mic is coming. Yep. Okay.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious from the input from all the speakers today that the collaboration of industry and the academic institutions is no longer an option. And I think there are various ways, as we really have seen, there are various ways in which industry can help itself and at the same time help the education system. There's the input which industry can give from the requirements, the skills gap that is required, and which the academic institutions should take up in order to improve their courses. And I think MCAS is doing that extremely well, and is doing that both from the aspect of full-time courses as well as from the aspect of part-time courses. I think these two are extremely important. There's also the research aspect. I think okay, there is some blue sky research going on everywhere, but I think gone are the days where people go on to do research, spend millions, without seeing the end of the tunnel. And I think we are still far away from having industry, showing what it needs, and having the academic institutions moving in that same direction. And I think this is extremely, extremely important. And I do believe that we must see quite a lot of that in the near future if we are to progress. The minister in the morning mentioned having permanent structures. I think this is extremely important to have permanent structures between the academic institutions, the Federation of Industry, Chamber of Commerce, etc., in order to tell us what is required in what we teach, how we teach it, what skills gap there are, etc., and what research is needed for the future. I think this is very, very, very important. And I think we must see much more of that in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a couple of questions here. If you can be very telegraphic. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you for the presentations and for the articulation. What is happening is that the world is passing from what is called the information society to the innovation society. If you go back 20 years in Malta, what did we do? In 1992, we came together. There was a lot of fragmentation in the information society, and we created a national strategy for information society. That's why Malta today has got some, very good results from what it did, its investment and the coordination in information technology. What is happening today, the Innovation Society is the same thing. And from what I've been hearing, what the university is doing, which is very good, what MCAST is doing, what Malta Enterprise is doing, what the MCST is doing, it's still fragmentation. We have come to a point now, the future is about innovation and the Innovation Society. And Malta has this unique opportunity because of our size. This is a global game. And everybody in the world is playing this game. Which country is going to be the first innovation society with a national innovation ecosystem? We have the opportunity, but up to now, I'm afraid that the vision for a an evolving innovation society is lacking from our country, but such initiatives, will help that, we need to articulate what is the vision, where do we want to go? Because most of the time, this thing about collaboration, about academia and industry, we've been talking about it for at least 25 years. Of course, MCAST wasn't here then. It was university and industry. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another question here, the last question, because we need to stop for lunch.
Thank you. I'm Grace Attard. I come from the European Economic and Social Committee, and I really appreciated this conference because it is, I think, not the first steps, but a continuation of steps in what the Commission is promoting, which is an opening up of education. Now, although the word is education, it is a process of opening up education geared towards growth, the economy, employment, etc. A few questions that I would like to ask, and I would like to be brief about them. And I think anybody can reply to these questions. Perhaps the first one I would like to address to Mr. White. The question of intellectual property rights, but I think everybody can. How serious an obstacle it is when we are working on research. And the second question I would like to ask is the question of the STEM subjects. If I remember it correctly, it is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, where we still have a serious shortage. What are we doing about it? And may I point out that the biggest problem in this area of subjects is the lack of female participation, female students participating in these areas, which are the future of our economy. Thank you for a very interesting conference.
Yes, of course, intellectual property rights is a very challenging issue for people doing research. Unfortunately, there is a lot of abuse of intellectual property rights, and it is good that the European Union and other institutions are trying to protect the rights of those people who go through the trouble, the pain, and the expense of developing new products. And I think there we have to rely more on our legislators to protect the interests of people who spend so much time and money to develop these new ideas, these new concepts, and how to put them in place. Of course, in services, it's much more difficult to have a particular right on doing things in a certain way and not in another. Immediately you discover a new way of doing things in services, there's somebody else who will copy you. For instance, if a businessman, as I have said in my presentation, wants to develop a model for agrotourism, his neighbor can very easily copy what he is doing because there are no intellectual property rights in that. So it is a challenging question. With regards to the skills gap, I agree with you. I think even in a recent study that was made about the financial services sector in Malta, one consultant who came here, he said, look, you have very good generalists, very good qualified people in law, in finance, in accountancy, but you have very few specialists. And we are ending up having to import, if I may use that word, foreign labor in order to fill up these gaps that we have. So we need to also promote a culture of specialization. Of course, our university, our colleges, our MCAST cannot produce every kind of specialist, cannot offer courses for every type of specialist. I see nothing wrong in our young people spending 4 or 5 years abroad learning and then coming back, and foreign people coming here, working for a time and then going back, because we need this symbiosis between people from different nationalities, bringing a pool of skills with them. So yes, we need to make sure that we upgrade our skills, we upgrade the kind of people that we have. I don't remember your last point, but these were the 2 points I think that are in need of special attention.
It's just a comment about intellectual property rights. the university has an intellectual property rights policy, which is currently under revision actually, and we have a way forward of how to deal when in collaborations with industry. Obviously the university needs to safeguard right to use any new technologies for additional research and for teaching and training at the university. But other than that, we're very flexible when we're working with industry in allowing industry to exploit any inventions that come out of the collaborations. There's no point for a university to hog intellectual property rights, to file patents just for the sake of filing the patents. The idea is always that if we do develop something at the university and maybe protect it with a patent, the aim is always to commercialize that patent and get it out into the world as a product or service. This is something we've been working on a lot over the past months, and in line with many other universities in the US, in Europe, etc., we now have intellectual property, and again, based on guidelines given to us by the EU, we have a way of working which is fair and which gives the benefits of ownership, of intellectual property rights ownership, to distribute them fairly.
I'd like to thank our guests for being here with us today. We'll stop here for lunch and we'll see you in 30 minutes, roughly. Yes, 30 minutes time. Thank you very much.
Basically, when I started MCAST Art and Design, I started off with a first diploma in art and design, and that's when a lot more courses opened, and I decided to go for fine art, as I felt like I could work more as a fine artist. MCAST has led me on to other opportunities, such as I got accepted to do my master's in the UK. I attended the University of Central Lancashire in Preston, where I took part in a master's in fine art, site and archiving. And I also produce a lot of artworks, and I produce exhibitions, and I take part in exhibitions.
From thinking that maybe I was too good for it, I actually thought that I wasn't good enough for it. I came here and I started from Access because I didn't have even art or level. And from then on, I must admit, I fell in love with art and design. I'm actually one of those people who thought MCAST wasn't good enough for me. Through teachers that actually really encouraged me, I decided to continue to my degree. But in the end, I always knew that one of the things I always wanted to do was teach. And I think one of the reasons why I always wanted to teach was because of the teachers that inspired me. I wanted to sort of become that teacher that inspires others in the field that I fell in love so much.
I did all the basics of art and ceramics and stone, and that was really interesting, leading up to foundation diploma, which as well helped me a lot into exploring other mediums. And then I chose photography. I'm studying at the University for the Creative Arts in Kent, Rochester. I wouldn't have managed to do this unless I would have done the course at MCAST. What is beneficial as well is we do a lot of hands-on. So it's not just textbooks, and it's not just lectures, it's doing hands-on work, which is essential, and I think it's a very good starting point for photography.
There was so much variety with the type of assignments we would do and actual projects that we would do. That it made it interesting throughout the 3 years, well rather 4 years I was there. Ultimately it made my experience at MCAST a very positive one, and I got to learn the real way it's supposed to be done by actually doing the projects and not leaving it, in just a purely theoretical form. When I actually started, delving into what options there are for post-secondary education, I found the MCAST as a huge institute. It is literally just another university, it's nothing less.
Basically, our relation with MCAST goes back 5 years ago. We decided that with the help of our suppliers, mainly being Veneta Cucina and Linea Rosé, to start a collaboration involving the students to come with various designs on a yearly basis, being an assignment for the students and giving them an assignment so that they design a particular room in a house. We're even offering students during their last year at the Art and Design Complex in Tarja Cap the opportunity to work 1 or 2 days a week here as a training period with our people that are involved in obviously in the design sector. We've already started planning 2014. We call it the Design Thinking event, where we're going to have this competition for the MCAST students, and as well, obviously, after all the presentations, we'll have also a design party.
Yes, I would suggest MCAST Art and Design to other artists. We also had a lot of hands-on practical work, which was very important, especially from my experience. Hands-on practical work was really good with where I am nowadays as well.
Right. So, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good. Yeah. I know this is not the best time of the day to continue our discussion. However, welcome to the third and last workshop entitled Preparing for Tomorrow's Workforce today. It's a bit different from the rest because we're going to try and visualize what the future holds. And I'll start with a little quote, which I like to use a lot, which is as follows: the current youth generation in employment is the product of our education mindset of 15, 20 years ago. The promoters of wealth generation in 50 to 20 years' time are our current school children, and they learn as we speak. And essentially what I'm trying to say is that it's a long-term investment. This morning we've heard what has been done, where we are. Now I think it's time that we say where we want to go and be bold enough to ask perhaps the more painful questions. Otherwise, we'll be stuck in time. For this workshop, we have 3 speakers, and I'd like to introduce them to you. We have, I probably have the other program. Mr. Alfred Grishti, who is the executive chairman of ETC, and he'll start this discussion with the apprenticeship system and the employer. Then we'll have Mr. Vince Maione, deputy principal of MCAST, about the importance of work-based vocational training. Then we'll have 2 case studies. We have Ms. Dulce Darmanin, the HR manager at Playmobil, and also Eddie Kilbane from Dataplex, Ireland. So let me first introduce you to Mr. Alfred Grishti. Alfred can come. The apprenticeship system and the employer.
Hi, hello to everybody. I usually put these things for people who are shorter than I am, so I'm a bit higher than I should be. What I'll try to do is to give a brief look, it's 10 slides in all, to how the apprenticeship systems have developed in Malta since the 1980s, and possibly at the end where I think we should be going, and I'm not going to propose that we reinvent the wheel. I also want to clear up certain misconceptions or prejudices that there might be. So, apprenticeship schemes were initially formalized in 1981 by means of a legal notice, and that apprenticeship scheme was known as the Extended Skill Training Scheme, ESTS. It's still in existence today, and it was applicable to persons following an apprenticeship program at craftsperson level. When the ETC was set up in 1990, it was empowered to administer the apprenticeship schemes through Part 7 of the Employment and Training Services Act, and then, therefore, the second apprenticeship scheme, known as the Technician Apprenticeship Scheme, TAS, was launched, and this applied to persons following an apprenticeship program at technician level. The where and why of apprenticeships, I won't go into much detail, but it's a win-win, basically a win-win situation, both for the prospective employee and the employer. The employee gets valuable on-the-job training and is paid during that period of training. The employer gets a new recruit who is molded according to the employer's needs. Somebody who already has a work ethic, somebody who knows what is required of him or her as an employee. Unfortunately, employers all over in times of economic crisis tend to cut down on their investment in human resources. And that's why earlier this year, July of last year, the European Union launched what is known as the Alliance for Apprenticeships. So that is a signal that policymakers at the highest levels give a lot of value to apprenticeships and would like employers to start thinking again about investing in human resources through apprenticeships. Obviously, there are many models. I won't go into them here, but I'll just refer to two books which I read, one many years ago by a lady called Shirley Williams, one of the Gang of Four who broke away from the British Labour Party in the early 80s. Her book entitled Politics is for People, she remarked that one of the main reasons that Germany was doing well and Britain wasn't was the German apprenticeship system. Reading a biography about Angela Merkel last summer, a quote by Barack Obama saying, "Those German kids, they're good. They come to work, they know what they have to do." So that is the value of apprenticeships recognized by policymakers over a span of 30 years. The roles of ETC and MCAST in apprenticeships. To date, apprenticeships are offered for MCAS students who are following an apprenticeship-based course. ETC, as I have already said, administers 2 apprenticeship schemes. The TAS is for apprentices pursuing a VET course at MQF level 4, the ESTS for those pursuing a VET course at MQF level 3. There is a range of opportunities. Just to give you an example, currently there are 545 apprentices registered with ETC who are following 23 very diverse VET courses here at MCAST. And these vary from mechanical engineering, motor vehicle engineering, hairdressing, woodwork, welding and fabrication, laboratory technologists, electrical and electronics technicians, draftsmanship, refrigeration and air conditioning. As I'll be saying later on, we need to see much, much more of this, and even in new areas like retailing and banking and accounting, where apprenticeships can also be held, or offered rather. What are the legal obligations of the organization I represent? Basically, we have to promote the schemes with prospective applicants, parents, guidance teachers in the state secondary school system, and employers. We have to liaise with VAT institutions to establish the program that can be promoted as an apprenticeship, seek suitable training placements, register and draw up apprenticeship agreements, monitor on-the-job training, follow up non-conformity with apprentices themselves and or employers, coordinate interim review processes, and coordinating the trade testing process. The legal obligations of employers are found in the apprenticeship agreement. The fundamental difference between a work placement or a traineeship and an apprenticeship is that the latter necessitates a formal employment relationship. The apprentice enters into an apprenticeship agreement with the employer following a probationary period. This agreement becomes binding once it is registered with the corporation according to Section 32 of the Act, and the salient employer's obligations stipulated in the agreement, the apprenticeship agreement, are as follows. The employer has to obviously pay the apprentice the stipulated wage and national insurance contributions and adhere to the apprenticeship terms and conditions applicable and as may be instructed by the corporation from time to time. The employer has to ensure that a mentor is available to oversee the training of the apprentice and to provide facilities and training necessary for the apprentice to achieve the knowledge, skills, and competencies according to the training plan as guided by the corporation. So it's not, yes, I have an apprentice, put him or her there and hope that he or she swims rather than sinks, okay? And I'm happy to report that most employers do, in the vast majority of cases, do keep their side of the bargain. The employers then have to release the apprentice to attend at another workplace for a specified period of time to receive essential training as established in the training schedule when such training cannot be delivered within their establishment. They have to monitor the apprentice and ensure that the apprentice is receiving adequate training and provide proper health and safety equipment and facilities and ensure that the apprentice is covered by the employer's public liability insurance and vehicle insurance where appropriate. How do we carry out placements? This process involves the seeking of training placements with a suitable employer who can provide hands-on training related to the apprenticeship calling that the apprentices will be following. This is initiated with a marketing campaign aimed at promoting apprenticeships with prospective employers, which also involves simple but effective techniques such as telephone calls to prospective employers and personal outreach. A training placement would be approved by the corporation if it is verified that the employer can provide adequate training within the apprenticeship time frame. This is gauged through an on-the-job training plan, which includes a list of competencies that apprentices need to achieve at the employer's establishment. One of the things ETC and MCAST are talking about and which we think we need to work more on is that the on-the-job training plans become more formal, whereby the employer will be required to provide hands-on experience in strict adherence to a schedule as part of the course syllabus. Work experience will be given more value and accredited as a study unit. This system is currently being tested in a couple of apprenticeships. ETC and MCAST's intention is to include such procedures for all apprenticeships. In our opinion, what we have done so far is a success story. Since ETC has taken over the administration of apprenticeships, the vast majority are now placed within the private sector. In fact, currently, 78% of all our apprenticeships are placed in private sector organizations. 14% are placed in the public sector, meaning entities which are, for lack of a better word, government controlled, and only 8% in the public service, that is civil service departments. Since 1990, 6,000 young persons have successfully completed an apprenticeship and over 1,900 employers have participated in providing practical training to apprenticeships. So what has been done over the years is by no means insignificant. Is it perfect? No. Does it need tweaking? Does it need improving? Definitely. But I want to clear a misconception that there might be around about what is being done in this field. A lot of good has been done. The numbers speak for themselves, and I'll give you another number just now. Retention. 75% of all apprenticeships, of all apprentices have remained in employment, and 68% of those have remained employed with the employer who sponsored them, who gave them their first chance. Some ideas about reforming and improving. We think that we should remove the dichotomy between the ESTS and TAS and have one national apprenticeship scheme that addresses labor market needs and offers apprenticeships at different competence levels recognized by the NCFHE. It should have improved theoretical and practical VET content, leading to specified learning outcomes. There should be more incentives both for the apprentices themselves and for the employers. And you all know about the measures announced in the last budget. Personally, and I stress this personally, I think the ultimate goal for ETC, MCAST, and employers is to work more together to give this opportunity to more, possibly each and every MCAST student. And as public institutions, I believe we have to be more flexible to respond to the changing needs of employers, the labor market, and the economy. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Alfred. Obviously, the importance of the apprenticeship scheme is obviously known. Certainly, one will have to explore in the future the evolution of that scheme, and certainly its role as a medium to bridge the what to the how. The second speaker now is Vince Maione. Vince will take us through the importance of work-based vocational training. Vince?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. There will be some overlaps between what I'm going to present here and what Alfred said previously. However, I think the perspective that we'd like to present in our case is a little bit more of how MCAST sees work-based training as part of the holistic education that we would try to give at MCAST. So, the way the presentation is structured is that first I would like to put up a few points to establish the importance of work-based learning, why we really believe it's important. Then maybe present some weaknesses of the current system, although, as Alfred said, it has been a good success story. However, anyone involved in the apprenticeship scheme and in work-based learning in general knows that there are some weaknesses that we will need to focus on eventually. Then a proposed model by MCAST, what we're proposing. And finally, a couple of known benefits to employers, although there are no secrets here. So let's start by trying to find the rationale for work-based learning. I don't think I have ever, in my involvement in vocational education, ever come across anyone doubting that work-based learning is an important and essential part of vocational education. But when I was trying to put down black on white, then seeing all these points one after the other really makes it an impressive list of arguments in favor of having work-based learning, and I'm presenting a few of them. This is not by any means an exhaustive list. There are obviously huge amounts of resources and expertise residing in the workplace. We cannot match that in any college, in any university worldwide. Young people, when put in a realistic vocational environment, in many cases do get inspired, and it's a powerful motivator, far more in many cases than what we can create in a formal college environment. The workplace itself, particularly where it is knowledge intensive, but not only, provides a particular setting for learning. Again, I don't think we can match that in many cases. And the importance of informal learning and what is sometimes known as incidental learning, the byproduct of work, of activities done in the workplace, I think should be recognized, and it must not be underestimated. The exposure to workplace role models, I think this adds a lot to what one gets from the workplace. The possibility of developing greater self-confidence, the acquisition of deep learning and understanding of the knowledge that is presented in a formal college environment. And in many cases, especially in those jobs that finally will require interactions with the public, the fact that they go out of the college and in contact with the real work environment and brings them in contact with public is again another advantage. So, if we are to propose or design a work-based learning system, what should we aim to achieve? Well, first and foremost, I think we have to contribute to decrease the skills mismatch, improve employability, of course, make the transition from school to workplace a natural and seamless one, and this is something now that we as a teaching institution can also gain, expose teaching institutions to emerging practices and technologies, because the fact that together with employers we're planning competencies that should be met by the future apprentices, that exposes also to our teaching staff to what is happening out there. There are, however, weaknesses, and I think we have to be bold enough to understand what they are, and eventually in the design of any system, try to tackle them. The first one I have put in my list is there is, in some cases, insufficient advanced discussion between educational training institutions and employers on workplace learning objectives. I don't mean there is nothing. I don't mean that there is no agreement on competencies, but I don't think it is formal enough and done in sufficient detail and in a sufficient scientific way. So this is something that we need to work on. Uncontrolled learning. There is an assessment. At the end, the apprentice is tested, but testing at the end of a process is not sufficient. I think there has to be a controlled learning environment even while they are being trained. There is undoubtedly huge variation in the quality of student experiences. There are many employers, as Alfred said before me, who do a fairly good job, a fine job, not a fairly good job, and they produce good people, good apprentices who finally turn out as excellent workers. But unfortunately, we know there are cases where this doesn't happen. And so this variation is definitely a negative in the system that I think we need to tackle. There are different certifications, and this, in the hands of some employers, I think creates mistrust. How is it that that guy has that certification but has not been certified by someone else, and so on and so forth. Different certifications sometimes cause confusion. The length of time of the apprenticeship. Now, I have heard all types of stories here. There are employers who expect it to be long and lengthen the training, the normal course by X number of years. We have also had the reverse. We have particular sectors of industry asking us to keep the apprenticeship or work-based learning experience to as short a time as possible so that they have a faster turnaround of the required HR needs. So again, there is no one magic formula, but I think we can propose various systems that can meet the requirements of the various sectors. And then finally, of course, the availability of placements. And I think the real reason for this is that many employers are still not totally convinced of the benefits that finally an apprenticeship or work-based learning system will bring to them also. So these are the weaknesses that I think we need to tackle. So if we, as an educational, as training institution, propose a system, what should we try to tackle in the proposed system? Obviously, create something which has a more controlled learning environment. We would like to have uniformity in the students' quality of experience. We would like to implement a system with sufficient strong quality assurance that finally guarantees and builds trust in all stakeholders. And I think we have to be creative enough to propose different flexible timing arrangements to suit the particular requirements of industry without disrupting, of course, the educational experience that we need to give our students. So, what we think could be an interesting workable model is to present a system which has two components. One is what we're calling an accredited work-based learning system. And I'll explain later on what I mean by this accredited work-based learning. This accredited work-based learning is already being foreseen in the redesign of some of the level 4 and 5 courses we're developing right now. There is no reason why this cannot be extended to other levels, by the way, but at least in level 4 and level 5, we are already integrating it within our structures. But we would also like to complement this with an extended system which resembles the classical apprenticeship. And I'll again explain later on what I mean here. At this point, I would like to present what I think is our vision of holistic vet education. And since a picture is worth 1,000 words, as they say, I would like to present it pictorially. The wall represents the barrier to our life-work experience. It is what everyone faces when going out to work the first time. So, we need to somehow find a way of climbing this wall in an effortless way, hopefully. So we as educators do what? We help our students build a ladder. And each rung of these letters, of this ladder, has a particular component. First and foremost, of course, the curriculum that we offer, the training, the technical training that we need to give to all our students. Second, entrepreneurship, an entrepreneurship flair. We have not, although it was mentioned in some presentations, this is something which I think would require a conference by itself. But it's important that we realize it is, in our view, part of the holistic education that we should give. And finally, the accredited work-based learning, the work-based learning component which the student requires for a better understanding of what we are offering here. But building the ladder and using the ladder effectively is not the same thing. Take the ladder to the wall, put it up in a steep angle, and you risk falling off once you go on top. Use a wider angle and probably it will slip. So what to do? And this is where we feel that apprenticeship then comes in. The apprenticeship is that component which brings together all the other things and finally puts our student in a situation that they can take the ladder to the wall and hopefully use it effectively to get up that ladder, hopefully. Effortlessly. So, if you remember nothing of my presentation, please remember the wall and the ladder, and I think my mission is done for the day. So, to get a little bit more technical on the characteristics of what we mean by accredited work-based learning. We are, Alfred mentioned this, we are actually experimenting with work-based learning components, units, where the learning outcomes derived from real competencies have been very, very formally derived together with the employer. So experts from that particular sector, together with us, other people from ETC, for instance, who are involved in this, and we defined the competencies and from them the learning outcomes in a highly technical way. The training required, so the actual tasks that the employer would need to expose the student to relative to those learning outcomes have also been clearly identified. The accessible criteria are derived also from those learning outcomes. So, learning outcomes, tasks, accessible criteria, the assessment method, which again we devise with the employer, but verified by us as a VET provider, an assessor, which is a mentor in the workplace, but the verification of the assessment is done by the college. So the assessor generates the assessment, but we verify that the assessment decisions are correct. Now, with units that have been formally defined and detailed like this, there is no difference between a unit like this and any other academic unit that we deliver in class. So there is no reason why something like this could not be accredited. That's why we're calling it an accredited work-based unit. And it is part of the whole credit of the qualification that we'll be delivering. In fact, in the next chart, what we are envisaging for level 4 and level 5. Now, for those of you who might not be so familiar with this, a full level 4 and the full level 5 qualification is 120 credits. Normally delivered without apprenticeship, it would be delivered in a 2 years full-time course. We have planned to have units, each of 150 hours of work placements, which we are evaluating at around 6 credits each, to be delivered over 2 years. So we have 12 credits in this case, making up 10% of the total qualification, which would be these accredited work-based learning. I could spend hours talking about these because the implications here, even using accredited work-based learning to create specialist areas, for instance, in areas where we couldn't in the college train them practically because we don't have the resources, the apparatus or whatever is required. I mean, there are many, many benefits to adopting something like this. As I was saying earlier, this by itself, however, we feel is not enough. It's a very good setup, but it's not enough. This should be complemented with something which resembles the classical apprenticeship. So placing the student then, again, in a real work environment, but out of this particular scheme, doing work with the workers, however, with a more controlled aspect than what we have been doing today. And these are what I have put here. There could be others eventually once we examine the system in more detail. But what we would like is to have an environment where we help the employer devise system to control what is being learned, assess what is being achieved, and so on and so forth. And we want this to be formalized through formal memorandum of understanding with us as an institution and with formal learning agreements with the apprenticeship, with the apprentice who would be eventually joining. So these things combined together, I think will offer a far better product, let's use this term, than what we're producing today. And I will close my presentation with a couple of points which I think are quite obvious really, but I still think they should be stated. There is some evidence, there is some research evidence which actually shows that when people, mentors I mean, industry mentors, are teaching apprentices, they're learning a lot themselves. And so in the spirit of a learning organization, This is, again, a benefit to the employer themselves. They're creating a learning organization. And the second one, it's obvious, but I will state it, HR sourcing becomes, I think, an easier process for employers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vince. I think the most important thing to remember from your presentation, apart from the letter, is the word holistic education, which obviously takes the student beyond merely acquiring skills. And I think you've highlighted the need to check the mechanics of work-based learning to make it, as I say, more meaningful to students and even to employers alike. Before we continue with the case studies, I don't know whether there are any questions, one or two questions maybe, regarding the apprenticeship scheme and its development, its spillover to work-based learning. No? Okay, so let me introduce you to Dulcie Darmanin, who's the HR manager at Playmobil.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to congratulate MCAST and Mr. Vince Maione for his interesting presentation. I think the work-based learning is a very good initiative, and I think it's something that we should look forward to exploring in more detail. For my presentation, I'm going to guide you through what Playmobil has been doing so far, and in the end, we'll hopefully discuss the way forward in relation to the theme of this conference. Okay, so Playmobil Malta employs around 1,000 people. The company has been operating in Malta for 40 years, since 1974, and it's one of the longest standing manufacturing industries on the island. We produce over 109 million figures per annum, Playmobil figures, and it's interesting to note that the Playmobil figures are only produced in Malta, the actual toy figure, the male and female figure. We also generate a lot of indirect employment. We have 21 subcontractors who in turn employ approximately 400 employees. This obviously generates more employment in the economy, and also the requirement for the transfer of technological knowledge and know-how to our subcontractors. Okay, so what has made Playmobil successful throughout these years is the investment, the heavy investment made in the continuous training of our employees, and also the investment in machinery. On a yearly basis, for the past 10 years, Playmobil has been investing over 9 million euros per annum in new machinery and technology. Okay, so basically, we actually buy new machinery on a yearly basis, and we also manufacture molds locally, okay? Molds and machinery are our valuable assets, our most valuable assets. Just to give you an indication, a mold could cost around about 250,000. So basically, we need people who are highly trained and highly skilled to be able, first of all, to manufacture these molds, and secondly, to repair and maintain the machinery. 40% of our industrial employees nowadays is qualified up to technical diploma level. And this obviously demonstrates the shift that there has been in technology and in demand for technically qualified employees within the manufacturing industry. Apart from that, I must say that 15% of our employees have started their employment with us as apprentices. Obviously, on-the-job training from our end is ongoing, even though most of our employees go through the apprenticeship period and obtain their diplomas. Technology, as you are all aware, changes very rapidly, so on-the-job training is ongoing. Okay, on average, the relationship with MCAST has been going from the very beginning of MCAST, I must say. On average, we sponsor around about 20 to 25 technical apprentices per annum. And nearly all of them, at least those who manage to complete their studies, are offered full-time employment at the end of their apprenticeship. Here I must mention also the relationship with ETC, which has been crucial, obviously, for throughout this apprenticeship period. For us, the relationship with MCAS is crucial because, first of all, it enables us to identify future skill requirements, and then, obviously, MCAS can put that into their course syllabus. And we've heard earlier, we need to start now by identifying future skill requirements to enable MCAS and educational institutions to include them in their course syllabus, obviously, to tackle future demand. The manufacturing industry has evolved due to automation and new technology. Work nowadays has become less manual and more technical. For example, in the case of operators, instead of manual labor work, nowadays they mostly oversee processes. Labor work is not that stressful and strenuous as it used to be before. And again, machine setting, technology is everywhere, basically. So even though our operators are not qualified up to technical diploma level, they still need to have a good educational background, especially in English and maths, to be able to operate these machines and understand the processes that go through our production process. There is a general need, in my opinion, to change the perception about manufacturing, starting from secondary schools. Unfortunately, we feel that not enough has been done, or the manufacturing industry there were a number of years where its importance was not taken that much into consideration. Nowadays, and we've heard this from the chairman of Malta Enterprise earlier on today, there is an ongoing debate, especially at EU level, to push the manufacturing industry, to give the importance to manufacturing industry. I'm not saying that other industries are not important, by the way, but obviously representing Playmobil, I have to speak for the manufacturing industry point of view. And the rapid change of technology is also creating constant demand and shortage of skills. As I said, there is a shortage of technically qualified and skilled individuals, unfortunately, on the island. I mean, we see this when we advertise positions for technicians. Unfortunately, the supply does not meet our current demand. The apprenticeships and the diploma courses provide the basics. There's a lot of further training which needs to be going on to actually make sure that our employees are fully trained to be able to perform their job, basically. Okay, so more technical skills are required, and these are the areas which are crucial for us. In robotics, for example, electronics, mechanical engineering, polymers, mold making, ultrasonic welding, etc. These are all recent technologies which are basically changing rapidly, and unfortunately, the level of training provided so far on the island is not meeting the future demand. So, conclusion from my end, and perhaps maybe some discussion from your end as well, some points for discussion. We've mentioned that the supply does not meet our current demand. I must say that the supply, I mean, in our case, we've also tried to look for technicians even in other EU countries. And again, it proved to be difficult. So this proves the point mentioned by Mr. Anton Borch earlier on today. Basically, all EU countries are going through the same difficulties that we're going through at the moment. One point that I would like to make, and here I would like to expand a little bit upon, is addressing the perception. When I talk about perception, here I mentioned addressing perception of parents and students, about careers not only in manufacturing, but when we talk about perception, we also need to think about the perception of the public in general about vocational education. Okay? In the past, there was a lot of emphasis on academical education, but vocational education is very, very important for businesses. So I think this is where we need to change the perception of people, that academics are important, but vocational education and training is very, very important. Another point that we need to address is also the perception of gender in relation to technical skills. The situation changed a little bit over the past few years. We're seeing more female employees taking technical diploma courses. However, it's not enough yet, and I think this is where we need to address the perception of public in general that female employees and female students are also should take also technical training courses. We need to start working today to address the future skills requirements. I think both from an employer's perspective, we need to be proactive enough to try and identify these skills, and also from an educational perspective. However, I think the onus in general is on us as employers to identify the skills that we will require in future as fast as possible, so that we will enable the educational institutions such as MCAST to formulate programs to address these future skill requirements. Obviously, we will continue to work with MCAS to identify and to address such requirements, and also other educational institutions. And from our end, I think we need to identify and perhaps focus more on specific technical skills training, perhaps in the form of short courses. And this is why the presentation on work-based learning and accreditation I think was very much linked to this presentation. This is all from my end. I don't know whether there's any questions that you'd like to ask. Thank you.
Good. I'm going to have to stand in the box. Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to thank Dr. Debona for the kind invitation, inviting me all the way here for this day. My perception initially was that there was gaps. Effectively, being a very passionate Irishman, you always think your country's better than anywhere else. What I've learned today from a lot of the speakers, and a lot what you guys are actually doing at the moment here in MCAST, is that some of the gaps which we've got in Ireland in terms of our own education, you're addressing. I came to talk about what we need to do to put our people to work. So I'll just explain very briefly about our company and what we do, and then some of the experiences I've had in Ireland in terms of opportunities missed, both at an educational level and also not finding the right people to come into our business. So Dataplex is a data center company. We're what's called a wholesale data center company. So we don't actually offer any services to the internet or the cloud. We build buildings that the cloud and the internet companies can come along and actually put all their services and provide the services out of there. So Dataplex itself is a technical landlord. That's the best way to describe it. But we do need technical people in cooling and in power, UPS, 100% reliability, generators, fire suppression. They're all things that need technical people to support our business. They're things that, having worked here in Malta for some years, there's gaps here in Malta in terms of providing that there. But data centers are very, very, very important to where we see the future going. Every single thing we do today now needs an internet connection, whether it's banking or your government, e-government processes, etc. So data centers are becoming more prevalent, and there's definitely a lack of them in Malta, and opportunities which we as a business, hopefully in the next 5 years, will try and help. Just a couple of quick points about our data center in Dublin. We have 8 megawatts of power going into that data center. Now in Malta, you currently generate through the 2 power stations 570 megawatts. So we're taking nearly 2% of all of the power generated in Malta to one of our buildings. Ireland's success in terms of attracting some of the larger data center operators, the likes of Amazon, Microsoft, and Google, they would be taking 20% of all the power. So Malta is probably not going to attract the larger end data center operators, the Amazon Cloud Services or the Googles or whatever. But even having boutique-size companies or data centers with those companies operating out of there, you are then going to see the other spill-off businesses coming from there. So our data centers don't create an awful lot of jobs for running them, but what does happen is that they bring in all of the companies then that need to provide the services and the support for there. ICT, telephone support, other types of support, maintenance support, etc. They're all jobs that grow with it. So whilst we haven't attracted a lot of employment in our data centers, Amazon, Google, Facebook, they've all got their European headquarters in Ireland because of the fact that you can get qualified people, you can get people with languages, you can get people for support. We commissioned with a number of other data center operators in Ireland a report from 451 Research, a US think tank, and they did a study on Ireland. And one of the characteristics of what they found for why those companies came along and are located in Ireland was this quote here, which I'm going to give you. So, skilled workforce. Ireland is strong in the ITC space with respect to having a skilled workforce. Its pragmatic education system, its language, as well as the presence of global top-tier companies in the country attract talent from all over the world. Its workforce is international, experienced, technology-savvy, multi-skilled and multilingual. According to IMD, World Competitiveness Yearbook 2012, Ireland ranks third for the availability of those staff and people. So that's third for a country that's 4.7 million people. We're doing very well. We're punching above our weight. I've been coming to Malta for 11 years. I see the synergies in terms of you guys punching way above your weight. Very, very much the same. So there's opportunities that need to be delivered. The one thing we are having to do is we're having to go outside of Ireland to fill those ICT positions. How did that happen? Okay, in 2011, my son graduated from a college in the west of Ireland, and computer science and engineering honours degree he got. There was 520 students who graduated that day, and all of them in engineering, all of them as in engineering. 95% of them had construction-related qualifications. And there's I think 90% of those had to leave Ireland because there was no jobs in Ireland. So the problem we did was we looked at the building and the construction and all of those good things, and everybody was focused on there. What I've seen today is that engineering in terms of Playmobil, apprentices, other core activities which are really required to keep driving your economy and keep the infrastructure going are lacking. They're lacking, there were overkill in Ireland and not enough ICT, possibly too much ICT and not enough of those core being done in Malta here. So we really need to make sure that balance is right. We got it wrong in Ireland because we've lost 90% of a whole year of students from construction. You don't want to be doing the same. You don't want to be educating people and not have the jobs there. ICT is going to have a plateau somewhere, and then people are going to realize that, well, I've got this qualification, what am I going to do then? You don't want to get into the same situation that we learnt, where we had too many people doing one thing, and then all of a sudden that industry dried up. So the last thing I would say is you need to educate to work by making some tough decisions if you've got to cut certain courses, and encourage people to do more. I spoke to Ronald earlier, and we were discussing the fact in Ireland there's a three-program system, so that if you want to go to university or college, IT colleges in Ireland, you have to pick 3 different categories. So if the first category you want is full, then you'll be asked the second or the third choice. But you get 3 choices, so that they were still encouraging people to take the third level education. So if all of the ICT courses were full, then you'd have to look at doing other types of services or infrastructure type programs. Ronald says there's only one choice here at the moment, and I think that is possibly where the tough decision has to be made, that possibly 2 courses needs to be made. So if the first one is full and you've got that course full, then you are then going to push people then into the next level down. My presentation was short and sweet, and hopefully I haven't kept you too long. Thanks now.
Thank you, Eddie. So I guess we have a few minutes for a couple of questions. I have a question there. Roving mic, please. No? So, any questions? Yeah? The roving mic.
persons with disability does not mention during this conference as well. I mean, persons with disability are also a workforce that need to be taken care of also. That's all. Thank you.
Any more questions? You're all tired, aren't you? Okay, so I think thank you very much, and now we'll move on to the panel discussion. Thank you.
We're going to have a different setting. We're going to face you in a better way. No defensive mechanisms anymore. It's going to be a question and answer session. I'm going to moderate. And we hope that we'll have some response from the audience as well. My pleasure to invite the speakers, 5 distinguished guests. And I'll introduce them in the order that they will make their opening remarks, preferably 3 to 5 minutes each, not more. We're going to start with Pierre Mallia, Managing Director of Imovo, business intelligence company, entrepreneur, employer, etc., but still an employer. Then we'll follow with Vince Cassar, Deputy Chairman here at MCAST, part-time lecturer at university, full-time. Thank you. And then we'll have the chalk face. We'll have where the rubber hits the road. Paula Bela, President of the Malta Chamber of Small and Medium-Scale Enterprises, better known as GRTU. There's a history behind that. And then we have our trade union representatives. We have Josef Vella, who's the Secretary General of the Union Hadim Ma'udin. And last but not least, Kevin Bonello, President of the Malta Union of Teachers, soon to celebrate 100 years. Not you, I mean the union. So opening statements, let's start with Pierre. We need a roving mic, please. So the first round will be brief. We'll asking the speakers to comment about the topic of the conference, the magic triangle, education, innovation, and research.
Okay. As you know, a few opening statements. I think what I heard today was quite encouraging. Obviously, I come from an industry which, to some degree, you would like to have more and more of the graduates that are coming out of places like MCAST and the University of Malta. As an industry, we are probably, at the forefront of technological development today. I do take the gentleman's point, the gentleman from Dataplex, regarding, the possibility of even ICT plateauing. In actual fact, perhaps I disagree with that point, because I think that, there's so much change going on that unless the education system keeps up and is looking so far ahead, I believe there are going to be changes in industry, not just ICT, but also in manufacturing, which was talked about a lot today. I think this morning the chairman of Malta Enterprise also made a reference to 3D printing. It will have an impact. It will have an impact on manufacturing. It's going to change. It will have an impact and change people's jobs in manufacturing. The shortage that there might be for molding specialists, etc., might actually be completely forgotten in a few years' time, because we might not even need molding specialists. So what I'm trying to get at is the education system needs to do some blue sky thinking, needs to look forward and prepare, the students not just for the jobs that we need to fill today or tomorrow, but for the next 5 to 10 years.
That's a very provocative statement, and I turn to Vince Cassar. How does the education system look at a future which we can barely predict?
Yeah, I think that's one of the boldest questions to ask, Godfrey. And unfortunately, I don't think we often find the time to answer it. We're always kind of discussing where we are, where we've been, very little of thinking where we want to be and how life will be in 5, 10, 15 years' time. I am an educator, but educators sometimes are stuck to the present. I don't know whether it's kind of a part of their culture or part of their mindset, but I would like to see educators be able to, as you said, think ahead. But I think it's also the same issue with employers. I mean, the idea that employers want people, it's as if like you want something. I mean, you were talking of a person develops holistically, even as Vince Maione earlier on said. And I think it's the obligation of every employer to see that the person develops holistically, especially in today's world where job security is not guaranteed. And I think that we need to make more time and more space for ourselves to start asking those questions, as I said earlier, which can be painful, and which will make us or make people shy away from us. But we need to make them. Otherwise, I think we're going in circles. And in 5 years' time, we'll be holding another conference and we'll be saying more or less the same things. Similar to what we've said 5 years ago. So I think we need to be able to be in a situation where we say, listen, we were there 5 years ago or 6 years ago, now we're here, now what's the next step? I think we need to take a linear course, not a circular kind of approach.
That's a fairly critical comment. Are we going round in circles? And I wonder whether the field of small businesses feels that way about the educational system.
I'm going to be a little bit different. I represent small businesses, and I think there is another way. Over here at MCAS, you prepare the students. We always talk about employment. And I think there's another way that a student can go into business, into small business. So I have to prepare them. There was a mention of entrepreneurship, and I think we should, apart from the young enterprise, in Malta we always, in universities and MCAS, we always prepare our students to work for someone. And I'm saying something different. There is another way. They should, if a student have a vision and he wants to implement his own ideas into business, now is the time. As GRTU, as Chamber of SMEs, with the government in the last budget, there was an introduction of guaranteeing 75% of loan credit guarantee from Malta Enterprise. So if there is a student and he's got a vision, he will say, listen, that thing, I will do it myself. I'm thinking about it. How can I do it? Before, I'm afraid it wasn't simple. I have got 5 children, 2 sons are in business, but they went in business because I went to the bank and made collaterals and whatever with them. So any other children which were not blessed with their parents being in business, it was not possible. But now it is possible. So I think we have to go that way as well. Another thing is that I happen to be a director in Malta Enterprise, and we sanction projects from abroad and investments. And at the end of the day, the first question that comes in, this investment that's coming to Malta, half of the employees or more than employees, they have to import them because they are not available. Okay, there was past experience like Lufthansa Technique and all the others, and they were prepared and we've made it. But I think we have to be very cautious of what the future is looking for. We have to prepare them. So I think today I'm offering another alternative for students. I'm afraid there isn't students around, but obviously the word will go around, that if they have a vision, go for it. My children went for it. They are established today. They're only 32 years old. They're twins. in 2 different businesses, but I think, like my children, today they can do it as well.
Thank you, Paul. That's a very interesting point, and I want to connect it also with what Pierre said earlier. Probably the possibilities and potential for startups and self-employment have increased considerably thanks to the facilities of the internet and the World Wide Web, which in a way have also eliminated the tyranny of distance and location, right? Allowing us to compete perhaps on an even playing field. But let's move to the world of work and to the world of teachers and educators. How do they see all this, all these opportunities and all these talk of change?
Well, basically, UHM was the union behind the Jobs Plus. We did research, and many of the points that we are discussing today here are present in the Jobs Plus, which is today adopted as the national policy for work. And my colleagues over here are part of it, because at the end of the day, UHM cannot implement a policy, for a national policy on its own. But basically, we always say that we are doing well when it comes to education of our workers. Sometimes we do amplify, and we are a bit too positive. We are somewhere in the middle when compared with the other 28 European countries. If we need to make the next best leap and the next step, we do need to not only just educate, because education is a big word. We need to see that people do have the skills relevant for the opportunities out there. One of the problems that we encounter on a daily basis are employers who spend time, energy, money on recruitment processes, which leads to nowhere, basically, and you have to start the process all over again. We are seeing also a trend whereby, as Maltese people, we are refusing certain jobs. Now, I do accept that a person with a certain particular skills, for example, level 6, will not accept a job at level 1, for example. However, having people with skills at level 1 refusing jobs at that level is not acceptable. It's simply not acceptable. We are seeing foreigners taking up these jobs, and if you see all the sectors in the Maltese economy, we have a decrease in the ratio of Maltese and to foreigners. Basically, that means that we are not taking up the jobs ourselves, but not moving to other sectors. And that is something that preoccupies me and UHM. Sometimes, all right, I don't want to be drastic, but these are facts. This is not something subjective. This is one can see this from the statistical reports we have. So we need to take up the challenge. When we compare the purchasing power supply over the last decade, Malta remained the same. 2004, 2005, basically the PPS remained the same. When we see countries like Lithuania, they are coming, and the eastern countries within the EU, they are coming, they are at a great pace, and we have to be very careful. These things are happening out there. We were not hit by the crisis of 2009 like Greece and Italy, like Portugal, like Cyprus. But sometimes when you are hit by a crisis, you tend to come out even stronger. So that might even play against us in the nearby future. These are not sort of, I don't want to sound like too dramatic, but I want to sort of, let's be cautious, let's have our hands on what's really going out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. So, Kevin, your turn. Joseph has been fairly critical of the situation in which we prepare our kids for the world of work. Are teachers part of the problem or part of the solution?
Okay, let me depart a little bit from my trade union role and go for some minutes
to the educator role. I am an educator myself. My union represents educators at all levels. And so I might take a little bit this perspective to bring on an argument which we as educators have been debating for many decades, if not centuries. In fact, since the inception of Education for All, there has been a debate going on amongst education theorists and educators alike between education and instruction. Education versus instruction. And here comes the first question. Does the Maltese educational system educate or does it instruct? So that is the first thing that we need to ask, and that is the first thing that we should tackle. Now here, there is not enough time to go into details because of course this is not the scope of this conference. However, of course, basically the difference between the two is that when you educate holistically. You educate the person. So you give the person the skills, not just to pass the examinations, not just to work in a job, not just to be active in industry, but also to learn different skills that will make the person cope with different situations in his life, be flexible from one job to another. You know, flexibility is of utmost importance in these days. Be entrepreneurs, as Paul said before me, and give the necessary skills so that one can literally survive in any situation. And is that happening, yes or no? So we have to ask that question. What's happening right at the moment, perhaps, is that, at least from the complaints that we receive from all levels of education, not just in tertiary level and post-secondary level, but even from kindergarten level upwards.
Kevin, I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to challenge the guy in the industry straight away to tell us from his experience, both as a former student, of course, but also as an employer, and as sometime also perhaps self-employed. Does the educational system instruct or educate, in your opinion? And if it doesn't do the right thing, what should it do?
No, I think it does educate and it does instruct. I think what I find as an employer, and I speak to other fellow employers as well out there, is that our education system is very well geared to teaching the academic side. One of the areas that I consistently find problematic is when you start looking at the softer side of education, the soft skills. Whether it is writing skills, being able to express oneself in writing, whether it is basic knowledge of how to conduct yourself in front of other people, basic soft skills, presentation skills, and these I think are probably some of the weakest areas that we find when we're interviewing people. I do not expect, to take on a point that perhaps my colleague next to me mentioned, I do not expect to find people with exactly all the skill sets, all right, that I need as a business, coming straight out of school or coming out of university. But so this is why I'm making a bit of an emphasis on the softer side of skills, because that I think is vitally important. I find it, part of what I spend my time doing, not only as an employer but also as a manager of people, is I try and encourage my employees to develop their softer side of skills in terms of even getting them to write about what they do and express themselves, because this is a challenge, and we need to be careful about this as a country, because I'm not saying that other countries don't necessarily do a much better job than us, but being a small island, we still suffer a little bit of insularity. And I think that is one disadvantage that we need to put that extra effort in to overcome.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to ask you to hand the mic over to Vince there. So there is a problem of confidence. There's a problem of how we present ourselves, possibly having to do with being a small island. I don't know. There are small islands out there like Ireland, which perhaps have avoided this, right? So let's not use the small island thing as an easy excuse. How does an educational system like MCAST prepare people for something that seems so obvious and yet so important? Soft skills.
Yeah, before I answer your question, Guthrie, just make a remark. I think
but be sure to answer the question.
Yeah, I will answer the question. I mean, one of the things that we need to do and challenge is the discourse. I mean, today I've heard people saying producing students. Is that what we are supposed to do, produce students or develop people. Education system, it's as if the employer is outside the system. I think it should be more of a learning system, and I will also put there the family, right? Which is probably the first school every child has. So I think it is the social system that needs to take care of all the other subsystems, including employers. So if you tell me what and the role of MCAS in terms of attitudinal skills, I mean, let's face it. I mean, it's a bit like persons who are very submissive and you send them to a 3-day assertive program. Those are soft skills. Do you think they come out assertive? Of course they don't. I mean, being assertive is a lifelong journey that you kind of nurture and which your very, very meaningful life experiences take you through. And it becomes part of your personality. And we know that personality doesn't develop over a 3-day course. So I think while MCAS is responsible, or let's put it this way, has a duty to impart the soft skills, which are not soft at all, I can assure you. It is society, or society's larger responsibility to make sure that this is the case. I think, therefore, when you ask about MCAS, MCAS is a unit within a larger system. You have the primary, you have the kinder, you have secondary schooling, and you have MCAS. And I repeat, you have the employer, which is also a learning environment.
Okay.
I mean, people in employment, I mean, earlier on, Vince referred to incidental learning. Basically, when people go into employment, they don't simply do what they learned, technical skills, but they learn to do things by observing others, by relating with others. Now, whether persons have that ability to integrate is something that is really the product of something that you earn as you go through your lifespan. It's not something that MCAS does. You don't put them into a capsule. You put on a switch and people come out assertive or being able to deal with conflict.
Fair enough. Okay. So having heard that, I'm going to turn over to Paul now. If society, rather than MCAS or any particular institution, is responsible for soft skills, hard skills, etc., and we've heard as well that as much as possible trying to encourage the workplace as a learning institution, as a place where learning also takes place. What in particular are the challenges and obstacles, or even the opportunities perhaps, in dealing with a small enterprise, in providing this kind of nurturing environment?
A small enterprise is totally different. Anything, even certain laws and regulations. For a small business, it's tough. Because we sometimes introduce measures, but then for a small business, it's not easy. But the small business or entrepreneur, he faces all the challenges. What I want you to understand is that if you're employed, at the end of the day, at the end of the month, your salary will be coming out into your bank. Not even a check, and you go to the bank, you just receive it in your bank. But a self-employed, every morning, have to wake up, thinks how he's going to make money to live for his family and the employees that he's got with him. So it's not easy. We heard the lady of Playmobil, they've got 21 subcontractors. So out mostly, because I know some of them they used to work at Playmobil. They took the initiative. They said, I don't want a check every month. I want to do it myself. I want to go on my own. So that is the initiative. And I think everyone should strive to have this balance as well. Because it's comfortable to have a check at the end of the month. I tell you, okay, everybody works for it. But somebody is paying for it.
Of course.
So I think we have to, even MCAS, have to prepare their students to go into business as well. We need them. Because
okay. Let's see what Kevin has to say about that. We need to prepare students for business. How does a teacher, a career professional in a school, perhaps somebody who has never been to an industry, let me be provocative, how does that person train somebody for industry?
Okay, I think this is a very interesting debate. Let me start by perhaps putting some light on the real picture. First of all, our main problem as Malta Union of Teachers now, as representatives of educators, is that in most instances, we have a set syllabus, a set curriculum, which is predefined and with rarely any consultation with the educators. So what's happening is that basically neither the students, nor their families, nor the teachers feel that they own the content of this curriculum.
Okay.
Now there is a reform going on, and we are hoping that this curriculum will be much more adapted to the needs of the children and of especially of society. So we have introduced a system of career advisors within our schools. I'm not here speaking about post-secondary level, I'm speaking about the compulsory level of education. But then again, I mean, when you have to face the class, you have to face the music, sort of, and you have to follow the preset syllabus. So the educator, who is, in our opinion, the person who is professionally trained to understand the needs of the children, and who is professionally trained to adapt to the needs of the children, cannot do so because of the constraints, to cut a very long story short, that he is finding himself in, or herself in. So this is the major problem. So just one little point that has been mentioned also. The role of the family, the role of society. It is a proved fact from research that up to 70% of the formation of a young man, a young woman, comes from the family and society. And this is where we are failing. We are all the time looking at statistics. We are all the time looking at statistics where we seem to be doing badly in school leaving and levels of qualifications. In tertiary, the number of people who go to tertiary education. And all the time, when we see these statistics, we try to fix the education system. And at the same time, nobody seems to be looking at what's going on beyond the school.
The context that also Vince referred to.
This is one thing that we have been harping on for a long time, but as yet there has been, let's say, from both sides of the parliament, there has been no political will, no political guts, I call it, to look into what's going on in those families, who are, luckily for us, the minority, where children are unfortunately sometimes just status symbols.
Yes. Well, on this point, of course, this week we've also had the launch of the Green Paper on poverty. So possibly, if we believe, and I'm certainly in agreement, if we believe that there's a strong link between social background, social class perhaps, and educational attainment, and employability, then certainly, part of the problem can be addressed perhaps from a kind of a welfare, social solidarity perspective. But let's turn to Joseph here. I'd like you to put on the cap of one of Malta's largest trade union bodies, who's also involved in collective bargaining, right? So you deal both in the public and in the private sector with conditions of employment. How much are those conditions of employment conducive to professional development and people training and learning on the job?
Well, always the questions start by making the distinction between the private and the public, which I don't think it's a good takeoff. I make the distinction between good leaders and bad leaders. If a good leader is in the public sector or in the private sector, it does not make any difference. What we really need are leaders. We do have people who, unfortunately, can hold the title of directors, of managers, of chief executives, but they don't act the role. And our workers, as any other group, they need leaders to lead them through. I cannot expect my people, okay, but I'll tell them, look, take the OHM and see where you want to take it, okay, where you want to go. No, they are looking at me and they are awaiting my leadership, my foresight, my forecasting, and my plan of action.
And why is that the case?
Well, we have this problem. Here comes the distinction between the private and the public. I think in the public sector, we have people who have achieved their position through experience, through technical expertise. But when you are in a leadership position, you need more traits than that. And the most important traits are the personality traits. Unfortunately, most of the problems that we encounter on the places of work comes due to personality reasons rather than technical reasons. There is always a way how to solve a technical reason, a technical problem, but the conflicts that we see arise, the lack of instilling motivation in people is huge sometimes. In the private sector, it is a bit different in the sense of the people are forking out their own money, so if they see that this person hasn't got the right characteristics for leadership, they change the leader. They change the person. So that attribute is not seen as much in the public sector. We need to have that. But I wanted to make a point also between education and training. When I spoke about Jobs Plus, we were referring about a plan of action till 2020. That plan of action, if we want to implement it, we need to go for training of workers. When we're talking about education, which is all good, those are people who will come after 2020. Those are workers. The children we are educating now will be workers after 2020. But we cannot stop until then. We have to continue. We have to see that by 2020 we are at par with other European countries. We cannot repeat the 2010 situation where we failed on certain targets. We cannot repeat that again. So we need to invest in training for our workers.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that concludes 2 rounds of comments from our speakers. Now it's your turn. We have 15 minutes approximately, where I invite you to launch pithy, succinct comments or questions to the whole panel if you wish, or to individual members of the panel. And in your case, please listen, and then I'll give you, of course, your opportunity to respond. So let's start with Grace.
Thank you. All right, so I'll go to the basic education system. Policy. What is the policy? We're talking about a reform. The minister is considering a reform. So just a few questions that might not require an answer necessarily. What is the role of the teacher? What is the relationship between the teacher and the student, or the lecturer and the student? Will it go on remaining the teacher on the podium imparting information and instruction? Or does it have to change? Does the teacher have to become a guider to the different students in the class? What about our BEduk course? Do we have to start from there, a reform in our BEduk course to have teachers who are the guiders of students? Let's not forget that we are moving into the technology education environment, and we are not prepared for it. We don't want teachers to feel lost, afraid, lose confidence, overpowered by the fact that students have a lot of IT knowledge and the teacher doesn't have enough. How are we going to take parents on board so that they support these reforms? Because results in numbers are very convenient for parents, but when we talk about these changes, doesn't mean necessarily that we're going to have numbers, exams, etc. And the last point, and what about our students who are moving into ICT, IT, social media, and so on? How are we going to train them that these need to be used now as learning methods, not as methods to communicate, to have fun, and so on? So there are a lot of things that we need to think about.
Okay, let's take another question or comment, please. Norma, is it Norma? Yes. Yes.
Young Enterprise is a non-profit, non-government organization. What we do, we need the support of businesses, and we need not only support in cash, but in kind and in brains. We need a lot of mentors.
Yes.
That would be in line with the fostering collaboration.
Exactly. Thank you for that comment.
The second thing that I'd like to say is, Paul mentioned that thank you, that's better. Paul mentioned that students need to be prepared also, apart from employment,
Also entrepreneurial, just to look at innovation, to think about starting businesses. I think we need to go a bit deeper than that, Paul. I think all the businesses have a responsibility, especially with the younger children, to educate what responsible capitalism is all about. And I think that is where we have failed, because we as Young Enterprise, and we have programs in primary schools, we still meet the mentality that the businessman is a capitalist. And that needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed.
You mean he's a scoundrel?
Sorry?
You mean he's a scoundrel?
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly. And it needs to be addressed in a national level that can be understood. Thank you.
Yes. All right. Joe? And then I'll invite the panel to react. You're one of the scoundrels, Joe.
Yeah. First of all, we have a misconception that an entrepreneurship and enterprise is about making money, business, which is true. There is also what are called social enterprises and social entrepreneurs.
Yes,
Okay?
yes.
So if you are a teacher, you should be also a social entrepreneur. What is a teacher doing? He or she is adding value to a class of students, and that is an entrepreneur. It's not, financially, but, that is enterprise. Now, the concept of innovation, the same thing. We talk about innovation, this, innovation, that, and innovation here and everywhere, okay? What is innovation? Innovation is idea generation. If you don't generate ideas, you're not going to have innovation, okay? What is idea generation? It's creative thinking, which nobody has today mentioned for our future, okay? If we impart, and this is not done anywhere in our country, our children, our students at primary, secondary, tertiary, and university, they do it because they have a department. With creative thinking, then they are going to have the skills for the future. Whatever is going to happen in the future, they will have a modality of, even through a threat or they turn it into an opportunity, okay? And another thing, please, about, education. This country is currently going through a phase within the next 1 year. We now started to talk about globalization. In our education, this will bring a major shift in our educational system, which has not yet woken up. We do not know what globalization is. What are the effects on our community? What are the opportunities? And what are some of the threats? Okay? Nobody has mentioned that today. So, one thing we have to do in all our educational system, if our young children and youngsters need to thrive in the future, is to prepare them for the lack of globalization. One small thing. The Africans say, it takes a whole village to educate a child. I say, it takes the global village to educate a global child. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Speaking of globalization, of course, we are already seeing evidence of that, certainly in relation to the extent of international workers who are moving over to Malta, taking local jobs, or joining the local labor market. Even in the educational system, we are seeing increased competition, where private universities, for example, are now established on the island and attracting students, particularly in lucrative areas where they can charge fees and attract students in any case. So there are certainly these issues. We are in a global marketplace from an educational point of view, from an industry point of view. So who would like to react to what we've heard so far? Vince, will you start? And then, after Vince, Paul and Kevin. Okay.
To continue with what Joe was saying, I think we are
Keep it
caught
brief.
in a bit of a linguistic problem here. I mean, we've heard even here the Maltese labor market. And then we speak of globalization. For me, there's a bit of a paradox. It's either Maltese or it's a global. Technology and education. Does technology always help education or the development of a child? We know someone mentioned personality. One of the issues amongst youth is the narcissistic personality tendencies, and part of it is attributable to new technology.
What do you mean by narcissistic?
Well, narcissistic basically means that it's you first, second, third, fourth, and so on, in a nutshell. But basically, I mean, then these tools, which we normally take for granted, that they will help the development, one has to be careful how to use them. And the question is whether we're using them correctly. The last thing, research. I mean, here we're talking about a lot of things, and research was also mentioned in one of the presentations. Like you, Guthrie, I mean, part of our work is doing research. Accessing research funds is a joke in this country, let's face it. Okay? Apart from the fact that there are no research funds. I mean, they are there, let's put it this way. But accessing them is close to impossible. And I have to say this. I mean, we can keep saying that we need research and research here. And accessing funds to and I repeat this, accessing funds to research is next to impossible. And I know what I'm saying. Ask my colleagues, for example, at university, and they'll tell you. It's like trying to do something. Very often the reaction is that they think you use the money to take them for yourself. You know? Apart from the paperwork, the procedures, I'm not saying against audit, but there's an overkill, you know, of auditing. So basically people give up from even trying to access those funds. And then we come to a conference like this and we hear people telling us, we need research. Oh, come on. You know? Either we're going to be serious about all this and say, let's make things simple, you know, and let's very much collaborate. For example, actual research, you know? Or else we're going to be here, as I said earlier, 5 years' time, and most probably this will be a déjà vu conference. We'll be hearing the same things we heard 5 years before. And it
Let's
gets
hope
boring.
it won't be the case. Paul, keep it short.
Question by Lorna. First of all, the perception here in Malta to be in business is that you make money out of it and there's no responsibility. I tell everybody who's a businessman here around, there is always risks. There's always risks as well. And mentioning family before, I think in a family business orientated, I take my family even at lunch, we talk business. That's what we talk. So you have to teach your children, and even who is going into business, that they have to be cautious as well. And the perception, I think, for business people, it depends because they work much harder. Obviously, they will have better things, a better car, a better house. So that is, I think, the envy of, I'm not saying this, but because they are working hard, they are risking hard as well, obviously the rewards are greater. So I think we should, Young Enterprise is doing a very good job. I know that it's voluntary, but as a small, I think we can help them as well. Although we are not a large organization, we can always help and try to help to foster this mentality of entrepreneurship.
Thank you. That was an important comment. Kevin.
Okay, if I may, first of all, we are here at MCAST, and MCAST in itself is a success story. And it is a very positive experience. From a trade union point of view, the fact that MCAST, even though it is large in size, takes a positive outlook towards its employees, in our case the lecturers, and empowers them, this makes teaching experience much easier for the lecturers to perceive and to follow up. From an educational point of view, MCAS is also a success story because it is perhaps the best example in Malta where students who on the traditional academic route usually fail, it is giving them the empowerment to be successful, even on a qualification level, using another methodology, using practical experiences and so on, and apprenticeships and so on and so forth. And this success story is also the failure of our mainstream schooling, because we are not giving the opportunity to those many students who are immensely capable in learning through doing. We are forcing everybody to learn through books and academics and so on. And this is where we are failing horribly in mainstream schools. And this is what needs to be addressed first. Somebody mentioned reforms in education. My question is, are the reforms being introduced the priority at the moment, or are they not? I think we have other priorities which we are not looking at perhaps enough. We are maybe looking at them, but not enough. Okay? About the BEd course, we are having the university changing the course format to a BA and master's sequence. And about parents on board, to be very quick, we have been recently contacted, finally. We have been preaching for many years about this, but finally we have been contacted just this week from a group of parents who have managed to form a parents' association for state schools. This is a very positive development in education, because we believe that parents are partners in education. In foreign countries, teachers and parents work together for the benefit of all, even for the benefit of the children and for the teachers themselves. We need to be partners. With regards to IT as learning methods, this was one of our main contentions on the famous tablet saga, because here we had the tablet war before the election and the tablet saga after. But I don't have a tablet myself, so I wouldn't like to be to go into more details. But yes, I definitely agree that IT needs to be taken on board as a learning method, and it needs to facilitate teaching and learning. And of course, yes, I fully agree that teachers have to be social entrepreneurs. But do they have the time to do so? And are they being empowered to do so? And I finish here. Thank you.
Very good questions to think about. Let's have another round of comments. Let's keep it short. We have Dr. De Bono, colleague over there, 2, 3, someone else? Anyone else? And Stephen. Okay, so in that order. Stephen will start. Dr. De Bono. Is it working?
Switch it on, it will work.
It's on.
First of all, I think that after a whole day, I should make some comments which I've heard. MCAST and Malta Enterprise, earlier on Mario has in fact hinted about this. In the coming days, we will be reaching up an agreement so that we'll set up a center for entrepreneurship between MCAST and Malta Enterprise. And we will be working together as well with Young Enterprise in this. So we're trying to focus all our efforts in the same direction. Now, why are we doing this? Because we certainly believe that education is more holistic. I know that the word holistic is abused, just as the word strategic is abused. But let me use it for the sake of using it. We believe that education is a holistic experience. And if we really want to make education as a holistic experience, entrepreneurship and intrapreneurship, so you don't have to become a businessman, but you would have enough social skills that would increase your employability. And what we are looking into is making entrepreneurship as part and parcel of what is taught at MCAST at different levels. So that is one point which I would like to make. A second point, which I think is worth noting as well, is the role of industry and MCAST. I'm obviously focusing on MCAST because it is in my interest to do so. We certainly believe, and hence the theme of the conference today, fostering collaboration, and this is how I've started at the very beginning this morning, is that we need to strengthen what we already have. And yes, MCAST has been a success story. But are we going to sit on our laurels and stop there? What are the challenges ahead? And actually, the challenges ahead, and this is the second initiative which we were launching today, and I spoke to the minister about it, and we are very, very confident that this is the next step, is actually to structure the relationship with industry. Later on today, we will be distributing certificates to individual companies who in the course of the past 10 years have collaborated endlessly with MCAST. That is good, that is excellent, and we're going to keep on hoping that that happens. But it is critical, it is imperative that the relationship between MCAST and industry would now be structured. because that would help eventually the work-based learning, the apprentices, and all other initiatives. So these are two things which I'm announcing now as a result as well of what happened today, because I think that this is part of the way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like to make a controversial statement. You said early on, we should not take an excuse of Malta being a small island. Let me put it in slightly different terms. The beauty is that Malta is a small island. If we put resources together in Malta and aim for the same direction, it's much easier to move 400,000 people than to move 80 million.
Ask a
You
German.
know all your teachers, most probably. In Germany, you don't know all the teachers, and you can bet there's one school somewhere in a corner who runs in a different direction. So if you want to change the educational system, it's the easiest place in the world is here.
Thank you for that provocative statement.
And the second one about thinking ahead in the future. A person that goes to MCAS today will reach its best performance in 10 years, 15 years, when it's aged 30, 35, and that time needs to make up its career, where it's end. No one here in the room is able to predict what happens in 15, 20 years. So we don't need to prepare people for what happens in 15 years. We need to prepare them for change, for them to be able to go along with the change and to constantly learn.
Yes.
And yes, I'll do my part in my business for them to learn and to be interested. But I need the people when they come to know that they will need to learn for the rest of their life. Thanks.
Thank you. And we know that you mean it, because otherwise you wouldn't be here. Who was the third speaker? Over there, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to make comments about 2 points that were raised. Vince at one point and a number of others afterwards. You were mentioning how difficult it is to do things. For example, you were mentioning about, getting really resources to do the research or the innovation or so on. Well, certain things are difficult, but it doesn't mean that we cannot do them. And by collaborating, we can do it smarter. Because we cannot just say, well, it's too much paperwork or something and we are not going to do it. It's public money, we are all aware, and they are scarce resources. So we need to see how can we work together to make sure that we fight for those resources. And probably if we do it in this way, and because it's a small place, we are going to be able to achieve more than others at whatever level. And for this, we need to be able to look ahead, even if maybe not 10 years ahead, but at least plan a bit more in advance. And if we have a plan, look also at how we can implement it. Because it's not going to just come whenever now we say, now I want to implement it. We need to look ahead for it. And even about, the global world and the local market and so on, we are not living here in a silo. It is an island, but it's part of this world. People are not just, coming and taking jobs away. We all have to keep on adjusting and fighting for jobs and fighting for a better living and creating our own job if we can take that plunge. It's just a matter of working smarter together. And together we can do it. But we need to just continuously look into it, how we can support each other along the way, ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kakia. Stephen.
Thank you, Godfrey. Just 3 points reflecting on the debate. I think the first round of interventions really hit the nail on the head about this idea that there is a distinction between education and instruction, or that in effect from the interventions, that when we talked about the need for soft skills for our students, the need for entrepreneurial spirit, the need for having innovative students, means that we cannot make this distinction. It is a plus point for industry, for companies, for employers to have students who can think, who can be creative, can be innovative, have entrepreneurial flair, who are good in soft skills. So they must also have some patience with us as educators to devise courses which, yes, prepare students at a technical level for being good at their jobs, but also looks at this wider perspective for students who can change and be responsive to change because they have a wider education. So I think it's important for us to understand industry, but also industry to understand us and meet over there, which I'm sure is being done, but I think we need to remind ourselves about this. The second point I wanted to make is the fact that one point which perhaps we did not mention today is the fact that at MCAS, we have a number of lecturers who have come from an industrial background or from the place of work in the vocational area, and then get training as educators afterwards. That is also an important point, which is an important bridge between industry and education. Our challenge is to help these educators, keep abreast with changes in the industry because they may have left a few years ago, so they need to keep constantly updated. But that's a positive point, which is bridging the gap between education and the world of work. The last point I wanted to mention is we are mentioning industry and perhaps focusing on the private sector. We should also be aware that MCAS has a number of partners in the public sector, in the public area, the government departments, public sector entities, who are important players in different vocational areas, who have a number of people who have, being civil servants, but also have an entrepreneurial flair because they are proactive in helping us, preparing students for the world of work, and I think we should also pay tribute to them because they are also important partners with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great. We're running out of time, so I'm going to ask you to react with 2 sentences each. Let's see how good you are. Do you tweet? Do any of you tweet? So you're probably familiar with what I'm talking about right now. Couple of sentences. Stop there. Vince.
I agree. I agree with both points. Collaboration, and this is something that I sincerely believe it will happen. I also believe that the board is pushing in the direction. Collaboration is the way forward. And therefore, I could be sure of that. I agree, yes. But obviously, you have to vent your frustration. Why not?
Thank you. Pierre.
A few points. First of all, I definitely agree with the gentleman from Lufthansa in that he talked about, I think, a fundamental element this morning, which was attitude. Making sure that the people coming out, whether it's MCAST or other educational institutions, come with the right attitude. And I think that is something, a building block that we really need to build on top of, and I think will lead to success. The other point I wanted to talk about was vis-a-vis the educators themselves. And I don't mean this as criticism, but I have a bit of a rhetorical question. How much professional development do the educators themselves get an opportunity to do? Okay. Because sometimes the impression I get is they, whether it's because of the collective bargaining process or whatever, it's very limited. And I think that's hurtful to their own profession. And I would like to see that change.
Thank you. Paul?
I conclude by the lady saying that we're a small island. I remember I met an Irish DG, and she told me, how did you do it in this economic crisis and you kept going? I said, it's easy. Our Prime Minister can get hold of the social partners in half an hour. Yours need a lot of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph?
Well, if I have to conclude in a couple of sentences, I say we have to act together, we have to act swiftly, but I believe we can do it. We have the power, the resources, and we can do it, we can achieve it. So let's encourage our workforce to carry on and do it together.
Thank you. Kevin?
I think just to conclude, I would recommend 2 main points. One, we have to once and for all depoliticize education, because when there is partisan politics involved, there's always nothing to gain. And last but not least, we need more flexibility and more insight and more forward thinking. Thank you very much.
Rosen. Nothing more for me to add. I just want to thank the panel for an inspiring session. Grazie, prosit. Iva, porġum l-remmek. And this is the final keynote. And this is the 22nd speaker of the day, and it's the only one who doesn't have a prepared text or hasn't actually had the opportunity to prepare, because as a rapporteur, my job has been basically to listen, to analyze, to filter, and to come up with something interesting enough to keep you awake and perhaps keep you stuck to your chair before you disappear into the real world again after a long day. So it's an onerous task. I'll do my best. And I have a few points to guide me. One of them is fish and rice. Let me explain. To those of you who have had the privilege of eating in the university canteen recently, anybody? No, okay, so I can say whatever I want. Our caterers at the university are coming up with some very interesting dishes, but there is a fundamental problem, and I experienced this myself last week. There was some fish available, there was some salad, and there was some rice. And I asked for fish and salad. And the waitress told me, no, sorry, you can't have that. So what? You have to have fish and rice, because those two go together. Now, what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is, who knows best? Who knows best about education? Who knows best about employment? Who should decide what people do? Who should decide what people learn? Who should decide how people learn? And this is also an idea that perhaps will be floated perhaps even next year in the second conference, because at the end of the day, I think there is a missing voice in this conference, and it's the voice of the students. We have a very paternalistic culture. We mean so well for our kids that we kill them through kindness. And I mean that both as parents, starting from myself, but also as the state, also as teachers. We plan to considerable detail how we think students should study, how we think students should learn. And I think it's a comment to consider here, whether in a conference like this we should have had at least one student telling us how it feels, or one worker trying to develop himself or herself and telling us how he or she feels, right? It is a missing voice, and I think it's important. We're talking about adults at the end of the day, right? Most of these people that we're talking about have the right to vote. They have the right to choose a course. Why don't they have the right to choose how to have that course? And of course, this is a question. That's one comment. Second comment. A picture is worth 1,000 words. And possibly for some of you, as you prepare to leave this room, as you sleep over what you've heard today, as you process and digest everything, the one thing that will stick into your mind is a wall with a ladder. Thanks to Vince. Where are you? Thank you, Vince. Very powerful image. My question is, okay, we've built the ladder, we've stuck it at the right angle against the wall, we've climbed the wall. Then what? Do we jump? Do we use the certificate as a parachute? And if we jump, can we get back? There's no ladder on the other side. This is another problem. There's no ladder on the other side. Do we think about ladders on the other side? Not usually. Not usually. We're still stuck in a system where once we graduate from whatever educational institution we graduate, right? And I am also including secondary school, whatever. We're done. We're done. We're launched on the ship called work, and the ship has a stuck rudder and is going in one direction, out of the port, right? How can we operate in this way? Somebody said today, where is it? You don't pass your exam once. I think it was you, Stefan, who mentioned that point. You don't pass your exam once. Unfortunately, for many of our workers, former students, or current students, former future workers, they pass their exam once. They don't get the chance to go back. Something to think about here, right? Can we modularize employment? Can we modularize education? Why should there be a wall at all? Or at least if there is a wall, because some distance may be preferred between education and work. There are lots of reasons why some distance is useful. But at the same time, that wall needs to have holes. That wall needs to have roots that connect the school with the workplace. I think it's absolutely crucial. We can no longer assume that people are full-time students until they hit a magic age, and then suddenly they are full-time workers, and that's it. Right? If we want any examples of how this is wrong, look at what happens further on down the line. Look at what happens at retirement age. It's the same problem, and we're trying to change that. We're allowing people to stop working gradually, so when they hit retirement age, suddenly they're not lost, right? We're allowing people to work even after they retire. So we are building bridges, we are increasing flexibility there in order to permit those two solitudes to get back together. I think we should be seeing the same thing at an earlier age as well. Third point, fragmentation versus collaboration. It's about partnership, it's about collaboration, it's about working together. The Prime Minister of Barbados, I did part of my PhD fieldwork in Barbados, and the Prime Minister at the time had a very interesting thing to say about working together. He said, we try to work together, but we don't like working together. And I think that perhaps applies also to us, right? Why? Territoriality, lack of confidence. We feel threatened by potential destabilizers, potential invaders of our space, potential threats to our authority. It is part of the characteristics of being in a small place too, right? There's a notion of scarcity. There's a notion that for every bone there are 100 dogs, if not more. And it doesn't help us to lower our guard and facilitate genuine collaboration. Now, that's one side of the story. There's another side to the same story, and it's true as well. The other side is that you heard what the minister said this morning about being a schizophrenic. You know, he is one of the few individuals in the EU Council of Ministers who shares the portfolio for both education and employment. Well, it doesn't make him a schizophrenic. And you know what? I think many of us, informally, may find themselves in some very similar circumstances. So those of you who are here, perhaps, wearing the hat of industry, you probably have a portfolio that includes some aspect of education. Informal, formal, professional, vocational, I don't know. And the other way around. I bet that in this room, those of you who came here with an education hat, you also have a work portfolio. Consultants, self-employed, part-time managers, I don't know, right? This is the nature of the beast. This is us. It's all very informal, however. And perhaps one of the great things about a conference like this is that we've had a lot of information, we've had a lot of research being presented up there, but at the same time, I imagine in our breaks, coffee, lunch, and so on, we did have the time to renew some of those informal connections that allow us to exist in this tightly webbed society, which is highly entrepreneurial. As a society, we are extremely entrepreneurial. Extremely entrepreneurial. The paradox is that we don't translate that necessarily into official self-employment. We don't translate that officially into a large number of people who run their own business. We have one of the lowest percentages of people who have their own business in Europe. That's a fact. At the same time, we are brokers. We are clever opportunists. And perhaps we have a certain suspicion of structures. We have a certain suspicion of institutionalizing these benefits. Why? Perhaps that's why they are our strengths, because they are not institutionalized. You know, I'm just throwing ideas out there. Hopefully, you're still in a position to absorb and think. I think we also need to bring the female, the silent majority, more on the podium. We've had 22 speakers today. Only one was female. I'm not talking about flower pots. I'm not talking about women for their own sake. But you know that we have a problem here as well. We have an educational system where two-thirds of our students are female. That creates problems of another kind. Where are the men when it comes to higher education here, university education? Here, probably the problem is the opposite. Here, the majority are still males, right? And therefore, what do we need to do to encourage, lure, attract, coax more females to embark on VET, vocational education and training? I think it's a real problem here. And part of it, of course, has to do with stereotypes, the absence of role models, and so on. We spoke a little bit about definitions. I'll just say here, Mario Vella reminded us, industry is not just about manufacturing. And in the same way, I want to remind you that industry is not just engineering or IT or business. There are many other ways in which people go and develop a work profile, right? And those are people that also, at the end of the day, find jobs or create jobs. We need to keep them on our radar, right? They are also needed. We need our engineers, we need our programmers, but we also need our managers. We need our tourist guides. We need, I would say, every particular job can be upgraded with the right attitude. And that's a crucial word. We heard it also on the last panel. Attitude, attitude. Let's think outside the box. The people who think outside the box usually go through a painful development. You know that. I hope you know that, right? Those people who have struggled to be different, they don't get a lot of sympathy. They fail exams. They don't have happy memories of their schooling period. Many of the most successful businessmen flunked out of school. Is that coincidence? I think it's a big challenge. And finally, relationships. Of course, one of the objectives of this conference, and this is at the same time, I think, a celebratory point, we shouldn't underestimate that, is the development of the improved links between industry and MCAST. You are doing an excellent job. The audience here today is already a manifestation of that. Thank you for coming. You are voting with your feet. You are showing that you are certainly believers in this idea, and long may it prosper. Another relationship that I would very much like to see discussed and possibly resolved is the relationship between MCAST and university. You know very well that we are talking about two institutions. Again, we don't like working together. We have a problem here in the sense that I think we need political guidance eventually, sooner or later, as to how this relationship is going to unfold. We have so far had adopted a hands-off approach. We have adopted a wait-and-see approach, perhaps, trying to see how the two institutions develop and grow and transform themselves, and they have transformed themselves in different ways. Is it time, and I pose this as a question, is it time to finally say MCAST should be this, University of Malta should be that, whatever that is. And of course, we may bring into the whole picture the Institute of Tourism Studies, which is also tertiary education. We may bring into the picture other campuses that have set up shop in Malta. I think we are talking about a globalized educational system. ETC as well, of course, itself an educational agency. So there are all these players that I think need some guidance as to what they should be doing or not doing, right? So I'm going to conclude there. Let me see if I left something out. Minister Bartolo in the morning, he made various interesting points. One of the points that I put down here, and I quote, "We have spoilt our young people." It's a powerful statement from a minister. We have spoilt our young people. Remember, we're living in a country where young people don't leave their homes to take on post-secondary education, right? Except for the Gossetans, those Gossetans that spend time in Malta when they study. Basically, everybody goes back home to mama to a warm meal on a daily basis, right? Especially if we're talking about 18 to 24-year-olds. So this creates perhaps an ethic, an expectation, an attitude, I'm going to use that word again, where certain things are expected and certain rights are valued more than responsibilities. I spent 10 years in Canada. I got back in October. One of the characteristics of people looking for work in Canada is to volunteer. Now, you know what volunteering is. Volunteering is working without getting paid, right? But people appreciate the privilege of getting their foot in the door. People especially appreciate breaking that vicious cycle. No experience, no work, no experience, right? How do you break that cycle? How do you get your foot in the door? One way is you allow yourself to be used, dare I say abused, by employers who utilize your skills, get to find out who you are, what you're capable of, and then perhaps decide to keep you and start paying you. It's not in our culture. So this is another idea we're talking about. A word I haven't heard a lot today, but I'm sure it's on the minds of many people, is trans, cross, or pluridisciplinarity. The problems of the real world are not solved by individual disciplines, even though the knowledge of the real world is often presented and packaged into individual disciplines. And this is a problem as well, right? We're talking about a situation where individuals in their professional formation, they specialize in certain fields, in certain subjects, and then of course they find themselves most comfortable in reproducing those subjects in the classroom. This also needs to change. There's a variety of ways in which it can be done. They're not easy, right? For example, the opportunity of offering cross-faculty or cross-departmental courses, both here at MCAST as well at university. The opportunity of also enhancing training and professional development is a very important field, right? We already have disciplines, professions rather, that need and that require the members of their profession to undergo X hours of professional development on a yearly basis to maintain their warrant, to maintain their license. And this is something that I think needs to be extended across more areas. So Prime Minister has arrived just in time. I will conclude by sharing my thanks. I think I will be also speaking on your behalf if I were to congratulate MCAST, the Board of Governors, the headmaster, the staff, all the people who have helped us to make this a very enjoyable and thought-provoking conference. I also want to thank the students who have been helping literally behind the scenes and making sure that all this is a success. Congratulations, and long may this continue. My pleasure to introduce Honorable Prime Minister Joseph Muscat to present certificates to partnership companies and conclude the seminar.
Usually I am used to get a reprimand once I miss a lecture by Professor Baldacchino, and that was the standard, even though I was always on time and present for his lectures. Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here at this very important conference on the knowledge economy. I hope that you have enjoyed your discussions and that you feel that we have all learned something new. It was appropriate that the event was held at the Malta College for Arts, Science and Technology. This is, after all, an incubation center for innovation that prepares individuals to face the challenges of the global economy. This conference was important not just for bringing educators, students, government, and business leaders together, but because of what you have been looking at. That is, achieving stronger collaboration in the knowledge-based economy and appreciating its importance for the future of our country. MCAST is a crucial element in our education system. We want to keep raising the bar and working towards a stronger economy and stronger economic growth. Education is fundamental for succeeding in the new global economy. The skills we need for the future are being shaped here today. You all know that we have to work hard if we want to stay ahead of the game. The question is whether we are satisfied with what we have achieved so far, which is solid, or whether we want to be bolder. And I say Malta needs to be bolder. Today's debates will, I hope, have inspired everyone to be bold. We should look to renew our thinking and search for new sectors which create wealth. Malta would not be in a position to look ahead and think different if it had not achieved macroeconomic stability. Without stability, we would not be able to plan, invest, or grow. This country's economic foundations are strong, with stable economic growth, finances on track, and, I believe, an excellent education system which we need to strengthen. We want to strengthen the economy further, and we are lucky to have a vibrant business community which believes in our workforce and is ready to invest in our country. We cherish and support existing sectors such as tourism, which has thrived in recent months, manufacturing, financial services, and gaming. These sectors have room for renewal and innovation, creating worthwhile jobs and attracting new business. But we have also been aiming to take the economy in new directions. In the first few months of this government, we took several initiatives. We invited proposals for a maritime hub and land reclamation, attracting exciting, innovative ideas which strike a balance between macroeconomic development and protecting the environment. Another element of success for our country and business is how quickly we react to adapt to new technologies. In fact, in the coming weeks, we will launch the Digital Malta Strategy to ensure we stay in the technology fast lane. All this cannot be achieved without unleashing the potential of our most valuable resource, our people. In this year's budget, we have taken serious initiatives to make work pay, given incentives to everyone, especially women, to encourage them to fulfill their potential while working hard to make life easier for working families. This very week, we have launched a green paper to tackle poverty and social exclusion, which means putting an endless emphasis on education. To conclude, I cannot but thank MCAST's partnership companies, which I know are here together for the very first time, which should be held, I believe, as a model for all other employers in our society. You are not only giving a world of opportunities to our young workforce, you also have the foresight to look to renew by employing people who are being prepared by our institutions to innovate and offer new skills. We have to remain
Sorry about that. Okay, we move on to the presentation of certificates to the partnership companies, starting with 2Times Software Malta Limited. Actavis Malta. Agencia Support Day Services. Air Malta. Atlas Insurance PCC Limited. Attard Brothers Limited. Banif Bank. Bank of Valletta. BMIT Limited. BT Commercials Limited. Cifino and Sons Limited. Care Malta Limited. Carlo Gavazzi Limited. CMA CGM. Computime Limited. Kutriko Services Limited. Dar tal-Providenza. Domestica Limited. Econetic Limited. Elderly and Community Care Department, Day Centers for the Elderly. Electra Limited. Employment and Training Corporation. Environmental Landscape and Consortium. Go PLC. HP Malta. HSBC Bank Malta. ICT Networks Malta. IFTAC Sweden. Lufthansa Technique Malta. Malta Information Technology Agency. Malta Motorways of the Sea Limited. Mechanica Limited. Microsoft Malta Limited. Ministry for Health, Allied Healthcare Services. MSC Malta Limited. National Aquaculture Center. P2M Limited. Playmobil Malta Limited. Simmons Farsons Jisk PLC. ST Microelectronics. Tolly Products Limited. Virtu Ferries Limited. Vodafone Malta. Water Services Corporation. Wilhelmsen Lines Malta Limited. And we have also a token of appreciation to the Honorable Prime Minister.
I'd like just to take this occasion to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for coming to close this conference in this way and to honor our partners. We really appreciate the support we are getting both from the Prime Minister and the Minister of Education, and in the different initiatives we are trying to do to move MCAS forward, as we discussed today. I'd also like to thank all our partners. Today we celebrated at the end of the ceremony partners who have been with MCAS for a long period of time. Clearly there are many other partners who are helping us today, and obviously we appreciate all our partners and all the work you are doing with us and helping us do today. But we clearly chose to honor the 50 partners who have been with MCAS from the very beginning, and we hope to continue collaboration with all our partners in this way throughout the coming years. So sincere thanks for today. I think it has been a very fruitful day. I know that for all you busy people to dedicate one whole day to contribute to this conference has been a significant input. So I'd really sincerely like to thank you all, and I look forward to continue working and collaborating together so that this important link between the world of employment and work and education continues to develop further and continues to strengthen our economy in such a crucial area. Thank you very much and good evening.